My name is Mason Bell. One morning, the forest was silent. Then the shapes appeared, walking on 4 legs but not animals. I need to write this down while I still remember it clearly, while I'm still sure about what happened and what didn't. The doctor says it might help putting it into words. I don't know if that's true, but I know I need to try before the details start blurring together the way they've been doing lately. It was supposed to be a simple camping trip. 7 days in Kisatchie Forest in Louisiana, just me and Rachel in the RV we'd borrowed from her uncle. We'd been planning it for months. Rachel had just finished her master's program, and I'd finally gotten 2 weeks off from the hospital where I worked as an X-ray technician. We wanted somewhere quiet, somewhere we could disconnect and just be together without the constant noise of the city. We left Baton Rouge on a Saturday morning in early September. The drive took about 2 hours, and Rachel spent most of it reading aloud from a book about the area's history. The Kisatchie Forest wasn't as well known as some of the other national forests, which was exactly why we'd chosen it. Fewer people, more peace. The RV site we'd booked was called Kincaid Recreation Area. It was one of the more remote spots in the forest, and the website had promised full hookups, clean bathrooms, and hiking trails that went deep into the wilderness. When we pulled in around noon, there were maybe a dozen other RVs scattered across the campground, spaced far enough apart that you could almost forget other people were there. Our spot was near the edge of the campground, right where the forest started to get dense. Rachel loved it immediately. She was always the outdoorsy one between us. I'd grown up in suburbs and strip malls, but she'd spent summers at her grandmother's place near the Atchafalaya Basin. She knew how to build a fire, how to identify plants, all that stuff I'd never learned. We spent the rest of that first day getting settled. The RV was bigger than I'd expected, with a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a bed in the back that folded down from the wall. There was a dining area that converted into another sleeping space and plenty of storage. Rachel's uncle had clearly used it a lot. Everything had its place, and there were little touches like curtains on the windows and a good set of cooking pots. That evening, we walked around the campground. We met a few other campers. There was an older couple from Texas in a massive fifth wheel, a family with 3 kids who were staying for the weekend, and a guy probably in his 30s who was traveling alone in a small camper van. Everyone seemed friendly enough. Normal people doing normal things. The forest around us was alive with sound. Birds calling to each other, insects buzzing, the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. Rachel identified some of the bird calls for me. She said she could hear woodpeckers and warblers and what might have been a barred owl getting ready for its nightly hunt. We made dinner on the RV's little propane stove. Spaghetti with jarred sauce, nothing fancy. We ate outside at the picnic table that came with our site, watching the sun go down through the trees. The temperature dropped quickly once the light faded, and we ended up putting on sweatshirts. "This is perfect," Rachel said. She was smiling the way she did when she was genuinely happy, not just being polite. "I'm so glad we did this." I agreed. It was perfect. It was exactly what we'd needed. We went to bed early that night, tired from the drive and the unpacking. The RV's bed was surprisingly comfortable. I fell asleep listening to the sounds of the forest outside, feeling more relaxed than I had in months. I woke up on Sunday morning around 7. Rachel was already up, sitting at the dinette with a cup of coffee and her book. She'd opened the windows and I could smell the forest, that rich, earthy scent of pine and damp soil. "Morning," she said without looking up. "Coffee's ready if you want some." I poured myself a cup and joined her. We sat in comfortable silence for a while, just enjoying the quiet. It was the kind of quiet you can't get in the city, where there's always traffic or sirens or someone's music bleeding through the walls. Except it wasn't quite quiet. That's when I first noticed it, though I didn't think much of it at the time. The forest was making noise, but it was different from the night before. Fewer birds. Still some insect sounds, but not as many. "You want to do that trail today?" Rachel asked. "The one that goes to the creek?" We'd looked at the map the night before. There was a trail that started near our campground and went about 3 miles into the forest, following an old logging road before cutting off toward a creek. The website had described it as moderate difficulty, with beautiful views of old-growth pine. Sure, I said. Let me wake up first. We spent the morning taking our time. We had breakfast, eggs and toast made on the propane stove. We cleaned up. We packed a small backpack with water bottles, some trail mix, and a basic first aid kit. Rachel charged her phone even though neither of us had cell service out here. By the time we started hiking, it was almost 11. The trailhead was marked with a brown wooden sign that had been carved with the words Creek Trail and an arrow pointing into the trees. The first part of the hike was easy. The old logging road was wide and mostly flat, covered in a layer of pine needles that made our footsteps soft. The trees on either side were tall and straight, their trunks dark with age. Rachel walked ahead of me, like she always did when we hiked. She had more energy, more enthusiasm for this kind of thing. I was happy just to follow along and enjoy the scenery. "It's quiet today," she said after we'd been walking for about 20 minutes. She was right. I'd been noticing it too, but hadn't said anything. There were hardly any bird sounds, no insects buzzing around us, no rustling in the underbrush. "Maybe it's the time of day," I suggested. "Too hot or something." "It's only 70 degrees, Rachel said. But she didn't push the point, she just kept walking. The trail narrowed after about a mile, leaving the old logging road and cutting into denser forest. This part was hillier with more roots and rocks to watch out for. We had to slow down, paying more attention to where we put our feet. That's when Rachel stopped suddenly. "Do you hear that?" she asked. I listened. At first I didn't hear anything at all. Then I caught it, a faint rustling sound coming from somewhere ahead of us on the trail. "Animal?" I suggested. "Maybe." We stood there for a moment, waiting to see if whatever it was would show itself. The rustling came again, closer this time. Then we saw movement through the trees. It was a deer, a doe, walking slowly across the trail about 30 feet ahead of us. She didn't seem to notice us at first, just moved from one side to the other with her head down like she was looking for something. Then she stopped, right in the middle of the trail, and she turned to look directly at us. I've seen plenty of deer before. Louisiana has tons of them, but there was something about the way this one looked at us that felt wrong. She didn't startle or run. She just stared, her dark eyes locked on us, completely still. "That's weird," Rachel whispered. The deer stood there for what felt like a full minute, though it was probably only 10 or 15 seconds. Then she turned and walked into the forest on the other side of the trail, moving slowly, deliberately, like she had all the time in the world. "Okay," I said. That was strange. Yeah, we kept hiking. The trail followed a small ridge, then descended toward the creek we'd been heading for. We could hear the water before we saw it, a gentle burbling sound that cut through the silence of the forest. The creek itself was pretty, clear water running over smooth stones with ferns growing along the banks. We sat on a fallen log and ate our trail mix, passing the water bottle back and forth. "I love this," Rachel said. "We should do this more often." "We should," I agreed. But I was thinking about the silence, about how wrong it felt to be in a forest and not hear any birds, not hear any insects, just the sound of the creek and our own breathing. We stayed by the creek for maybe half an hour, then started back. The hike out was uphill for the most part, and we were both sweating by the time we got back to the old logging road. That's when Rachel grabbed my arm. "Look," she said, pointing ahead. There were animals on the trail, a lot of them, deer mostly, but also what looked like several raccoons, maybe some possums. They were all moving in the same direction, away from us, heading deeper into the forest. They weren't running. They were just walking, steadily, purposefully, like they had somewhere to be. "What are they doing?" Rachel asked. "I don't know." We watched them disappear into the trees on the left side of the trail. There must have been a dozen deer plus all the smaller animals. It was the most wildlife I'd seen since we'd arrived. All concentrated in one place, all moving together. "That's really weird," Rachel said. I didn't have a good response to that, so I just said, "Yeah." We finished the hike back to the campground without seeing any other animals. When we got back to our RV, it was mid-afternoon. We were both tired and hungry, so we made sandwiches and ate them inside where it was cooler. That evening, we decided to explore the rest of the campground. Most of the other RVs were still there, but we didn't see many people. The family with kids had apparently left. Their site was empty except for some trash they'd left behind. The guy with the camper van was sitting outside his vehicle reading a book. We waved and he waved back, but he didn't seem interested in conversation. The older couple from Texas was packing up their RV. The man saw us and called out, "You folks staying long?" "Through next Saturday," Rachel said. He nodded, but he didn't smile. "Well, good luck with that." "Is something wrong?" I asked. "Just don't like the feel of this place anymore," he said. "Been coming here for 5 years, but this time something's off. Can't put my finger on it." His wife came out of the RV carrying a bag. She looked at us, then looked away quickly. They finished packing without saying anything else, and we walked back to our site. "That was weird," Rachel said. "Everything was weird that day, but I didn't want to admit how much it was bothering me." Monday morning, I woke up to complete silence. Not just quiet. Silence. The kind of silence that feels heavy, oppressive. No birds, no insects, no wind moving through the trees. Nothing. I lay in bed for a few minutes, just listening. Rachel was still asleep next to me, her breathing the only sound in the world. I got up quietly and went to the window. The sun was up, light filtering through the trees, but the forest looked empty. Dead, like we were inside a photograph instead of a real place. I made coffee, being as quiet as I could because I didn't want to wake Rachel yet. I needed a few minutes to process what I was feeling, which was a creeping sense of dread that I couldn't explain. When Rachel did wake up about 20 minutes later, the first thing she said was, "Where are all the birds?" "I don't know." We sat at the dinette, drinking our coffee, both of us staring out the windows at the silent forest. "Should we leave?" Rachel asked after a while. Part of me wanted to say yes, but another part, the part that didn't want to seem paranoid or irrational, said, "It's probably nothing. Maybe there's a storm coming and the animals can sense it. There's no storm in the forecast. Well, maybe the forecast is wrong." Rachel didn't look convinced, but she didn't push it. We decided to spend the day around the RV instead of hiking. We read. We played cards. We made lunch and dinner. We tried to act like everything was normal. But the silence was overwhelming. It pressed in on us from all sides, making it hard to think, hard to relax. Every little sound we made, the clink of a fork on a plate, the rustle of a page turning, seemed too loud, intrusive. Around sunset, Rachel went outside to use the bathroom. The campground had a small facility with showers and toilets, about a 5-minute walk from our site. She'd been gone for maybe 10 minutes when I heard her running back. She burst through the RV door, her face pale. "What's wrong?" I asked, standing up. "There's something out there," she said. She was breathing hard, like she'd been sprinting. "What kind of something?" "I don't know. I was walking back from the bathroom and I saw something in the trees. It was big, bigger than a person, and it was moving on 4 legs, but..." She stopped, shaking her head. "It wasn't moving right. Animals don't move like that." "Maybe it was a bear," I suggested, though I knew black bears didn't get that big, and Louisiana didn't have grizzlies. It wasn't a bear. I looked out the window. The light was fading fast, and the forest was turning into a wall of shadows. I couldn't see anything moving out there, but that didn't mean much. "Okay," I said. "We'll stay inside tonight. Lock the door, we'll be fine." Rachel nodded, but I could see she was scared. Hell, I was scared too, though I was trying not to show it. We locked the door. We closed all the curtains. We turned on the RV's interior lights, which suddenly seemed too bright, like we were advertising our presence to whatever was out there. We tried to act normal. We played another card game. We talked about work, about friends, about anything except what Rachel had seen. But the conversation kept dying, and we'd fall into silence, just sitting there listening to the nothing outside. Around 10 o'clock, we heard the first sound. It came from the forest, off to the left of our RV. A low, wet clicking noise like someone snapping their tongue against the roof of their mouth. Click, click, click. Then silence. Then click, click, click again. "What is that?" Rachel whispered. "I don't know." The clicking moved. It came from the right side now, then from behind us, then from the front. Whatever was making it was circling our RV. We sat frozen, not moving, barely breathing. The clicking continued for maybe 5 minutes, moving in a slow circle around us. Then it stopped. The silence returned. We sat there for another hour, waiting, but the clicking didn't come back. Eventually, we decided to try to sleep. We left the lights on. Neither of us wanted to admit it, but we were both too scared to turn them off. I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, listening for the clicking, but I never heard it again. When morning finally came, I felt exhausted, drained. Rachel looked just as bad as I felt. We made coffee without talking much. When we finally did speak, it was to agree on one thing. We needed to leave. "We'll pack up this morning," I said. "We'll just go home. We can come back another time when things feel more normal." Rachel nodded. "Yeah, okay." We started packing. It should have taken maybe an hour to get everything put away in the RV ready to drive, but we were both moving slowly, still tired from the sleepless night. I was outside, disconnecting the water hose, when I noticed that the campground was empty. All the other RVs were gone. The family had left on Saturday, the Texas couple on Sunday, but there had been at least half a dozen other campers when we'd arrived. Now there was nothing, just empty sites with fire pits and picnic tables, no sign that anyone had been there recently. "Rach," I called, "come look at this." She came outside, looked around, and I saw her face go pale again. "When did everyone leave?" she asked. "I don't know. I didn't hear any engines last night. Did you?" She shook her head. We finished packing in silence, both of us moving faster now, more urgently. We needed to get out of here. Something was very wrong with this place, and we needed to leave before it got worse. I climbed into the driver's seat. Rachel got in the passenger side. I turned the key. Nothing happened. I tried again. The engine turned over, coughed, and died. "Come on," I muttered, trying a third time. The same thing. The engine would start to catch, then quit. "What's wrong with it?" Rachel asked. "I don't know. It was fine when we drove here." I tried a few more times, but the result was always the same. The RV wouldn't start. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Okay, I'll check the engine. Maybe it's something simple." I got out and went around to the front. I didn't know much about engines, but I could check the basics and battery connections, oil, coolant. Everything looked fine. I went back inside. "I think we need to call for help." "We don't have cell service," Rachel reminded me. "Right, okay, there's a ranger station. We saw it when we drove in, remember? It's maybe 2 miles back toward the main road. We can walk there, get help." Rachel looked nervous, but she nodded. "Okay, let's go." We packed a small bag with water, some snacks, our phones, even though they were useless out here. We locked up the RV and started walking. The silence of the forest was even more oppressive now that we were outside, exposed. Our footsteps on the gravel road sounded impossibly loud. I kept expecting to hear that clicking sound or to see something moving in the trees, but there was nothing. Just silence and stillness. We walked for about 20 minutes before Rachel stopped. "Mason," she said, "look at the trees." I looked. At first, I didn't see what she was talking about. Then I noticed it. The trees on either side of the road were marked, scratched, long, parallel gouges in the bark, like something with claws had scraped them as it passed. The marks were fresh. The exposed wood underneath was still light-colored, not yet darkened by exposure to air. "Keep walking," I said. We moved faster now, not quite running but close. The marks on the trees continued, appearing every few yards on both sides of the road. Whatever had made them was big, and it had been moving parallel to the road, staying just inside the tree line. We should have reached the ranger station by now, I was sure of it. But we kept walking, and the station never appeared. The road just kept going, straight and empty, with those scratched trees on either side. "This doesn't make sense," Rachel said. The station was right here. I saw it when we drove in. I know. So where is it? I didn't have an answer. We walked for another 10 minutes, then 20. The road should have reached the main highway by now, but it didn't. It just kept going. Endless. Unchanging. We need to go back, Rachel said. This isn't working. I wanted to argue, but she was right. Something was wrong. The road wasn't behaving the way it should. We turned around and started walking back toward our campsite. The walk back should have taken the same amount of time as the walk out, but it didn't. We walked for what felt like over an hour, and our RV never appeared. The campground never appeared. Just more road, more trees, more of those horrible scratches in the bark. Mason, Rachel said. Her voice was shaking. I'm scared. I know. Me too. We kept walking. I tried to think rationally about what was happening, but none of it made sense. Roads don't just extend forever. Places don't just disappear. This wasn't possible, except it was happening. Finally, after what might have been 2 hours, we saw our campground in the distance. Our RV was still there, exactly where we'd left it. We ran the last 100 yards, desperate to get back to something familiar, something solid. Inside the RV, we locked the door and sat at the dinette, both of us breathing hard. What the hell is going on? Rachel asked. I don't know. This isn't normal. None of this is normal. I know. We sat in silence for a while, trying to process what had just happened. The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. We'd walked for hours, but somehow we'd ended up back where we started. The ranger station had vanished. The highway had vanished. We're trapped, Rachel said quietly. I wanted to tell her she was wrong, but I couldn't, because I was starting to think she was right. That night, the clicking returned. It started around midnight. We were both still awake, neither of us able to sleep. The sound came from somewhere in the distance at first. That same wet clicking noise, but then it got closer, circling our RV like it had the night before. But this time, there was more than one source of clicking. I could hear at least 3 or 4 different points of origin, all moving around us, all making that horrible sound. They're surrounding us, Rachel whispered. I didn't respond. I was too busy listening, trying to track the movement of the sounds. They were methodical, coordinated, like whatever was making them was intelligent enough to strategize. Then the clicking stopped. All at once. Complete silence. We waited, hardly breathing. There was a scratching sound on the side of the RV. Long, slow scrapes, like claws dragging across the metal. It moved from the back toward the front, then stopped right next to where we were sitting. Rachel grabbed my hand, squeezing hard. The scratching continued. It moved to the roof now, directly above us. Something was up there, something heavy enough that I could hear its weight shifting as it moved. Then there was a sound at the door. Not scratching. Something else. A wet, sliding noise, like something was rubbing itself against the door, testing it. The door handle moved. Not much, just a little, like something was trying to figure out how it worked. It's trying to get in, Rachel said, her voice barely audible. The handle moved again, then stopped. We sat frozen for what felt like hours, listening to the sounds outside, the scratching on the roof, the sliding sound at the door, the clicking that would start and stop in no pattern I could discern. Then, as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The silence returned. We didn't move for a long time after that. We just sat there, holding hands, waiting for dawn. When the sun finally came up, I forced myself to go outside and look around. There were marks on the RV, long scratches in the paint just like the marks on the trees. The door handle was smeared with something clear and viscous, like mucus. I went back inside without saying anything. Rachel looked at me, and I knew she could see it on my face. This was real. We weren't imagining it. We need to try the engine again, I said. We did. It still wouldn't start. The next 3 days blurred together. We stayed inside the RV as much as possible, only going out when we absolutely had to. The clicking sounds continued every night, sometimes close, sometimes distant. During the day, the forest remained silent and empty. We were running low on food. We'd planned to go into town halfway through the week to resupply, but that obviously wasn't going to happen. We were rationing what we had left, trying to make it last. Rachel wasn't sleeping. I'd wake up in the middle of the night to find her sitting at the dinette, staring out the window, her face drawn and pale. She'd lost weight. We both had. Neither of us had much of an appetite. On the fourth day, Rachel said she needed to use the bathroom facilities. The RV had a toilet, but we were running low on water and we needed to conserve it. "I'll go with you, Ark," I said. "No, I'll be fine. It's daytime. Whatever's out there only comes at night." I didn't like it, but she was adamant. She left, and I watched her walk across the empty campground toward the bathroom building. She was gone for about 15 minutes. When she came back, she was walking slower than usual. Stiff. "Are you okay?" I asked when she came inside. "Yeah, fine." But she didn't look fine. Her eyes seemed unfocused, distant. "Are you sure?" I said, "I'm fine, Mason." She went to the back of the RV and lay down on the bed. I stood there for a moment, uncertain, then decided to give her some space. An hour later, I went to check on her. She was still lying there, staring at the ceiling. "Rachel." She turned her head to look at me, and for just a second, I could swear she didn't recognize me. Then she blinked, and the moment passed. "What?" she asked. "Are you feeling okay? You seem off." "I'm fine, just tired." Over the next few hours, I noticed more small things that seemed wrong. Rachel's movements were slightly off, a little too deliberate. She'd pause before speaking, like she had to think about what words to use. Her smile, when she did smile, didn't quite reach her eyes. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. Rachel wasn't in bed next to me. I got up and found her standing at the window, looking out into the darkness. She was completely still, her breath fogging the glass. "Rach, what are you doing?" She didn't answer at first, just kept staring out the window. Then, without turning to look at me, she said, "They're out there." "I know. Come back to bed." "They want us to come out." A chill ran down my spine. "What?" "They're calling us. Can't you hear them?" I listened. I could hear the clicking, distant but present, but that was all. "Rachel, come away from the window." She turned to look at me, and in the dim light her eyes seemed different, darker. Or maybe it was just the shadows. "Don't you want to go out there, Mason? Don't you want to see them?" "No, come to bed, please." She stared at me for a long moment, then nodded. "Okay." She came back to bed, but I didn't sleep after that. I just lay there watching her, noticing how still she was, how her breathing seemed slower than normal, how her eyes stayed open staring at the ceiling until I finally fell asleep from exhaustion. The next morning, Rachel seemed more like herself. She made coffee, made conversation, smiled in ways that looked genuine. I started to think maybe I'd been paranoid, seeing things that weren't there because I was stressed and scared. But then, around noon, she said something that made my blood run cold. "We should go for a walk." "What?" "A walk. Into the forest. I think we've been hiding in here too long. We need to see what's out there." "Rachel, are you insane? Something's out there. Something dangerous." "I know, that's why we need to see it. We need to understand." "No, absolutely not. We're staying right here." She looked at me, and again I saw that unfocused quality in her eyes, that sense that she wasn't quite there. "You're right," she said after a moment. "Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking." But an hour later she suggested it again, and an hour after that. Each time I refused, and each time she backed down quickly, almost too quickly, like she was just going through the motions of the conversation. That evening, while I was heating up some canned soup on the stove, I turned around to find Rachel standing right behind me. She'd moved completely silently, and I hadn't heard her approach. "Jesus," I said, jumping. "You scared me." "Sorry," she said, but she didn't move. Just stood there, too close, staring at me. "Can you give me some space?" I asked. She took a step back, but her eyes never left my face. There was something calculating in her gaze, like she was studying me, measuring me. "Rachel, What's going on with you? Nothing. I'm fine. You're not fine. You've been acting strange since yesterday. I'm just tired, Mason. We're both tired. This whole thing has been exhausting. She was right about that, at least. But something was wrong with her. Something more than just fatigue. That night, I pretended to be asleep. I lay in bed with my eyes closed, breathing slowly and evenly, while Rachel sat at the dinette. I could hear her moving around, but I couldn't tell what she was doing. After about an hour, I heard the RV door open quietly. I sat up. Rachel was gone. I got up and looked out the window. In the moonlight, I could see her walking across the campground toward the trees. She was moving with that same stiff, deliberate gait I'd noticed before. I should have let her go. Whatever was wrong with her, whatever had happened, maybe it was better to just let her walk into the forest and not come back. But I couldn't. Despite everything, despite how much she was scaring me, I couldn't just abandon her. I put on my shoes and went after her. She was about 50 yards ahead, just reaching the tree line when I caught up to her. "Rachel, stop." She stopped and turned to face me. In the moonlight, her face looked pale, almost luminous. "Go back, Mason. Come with me, please. Whatever's happening to you, we can figure it out, but you can't go into the forest." "I have to." "Why?" She tilted her head, considering the question. "Because they're waiting for me." "Who's waiting for you?" "All of them. They've been waiting. They need me to come." I took a step toward her, and she took a step back, maintaining the distance between us. "Rachel, listen to me. You're not thinking clearly. Something's happened to you, something when you went to the bathroom yesterday. But you're still in there. You can fight this." "There's nothing to fight," she said. Her voice was calm, eerily calm. "I'm more myself now than I've ever been. I can see things clearly now. I understand." "Understand what?" "That we don't belong here. That this place isn't for us, that we should have left when we had the chance." "Then let's leave. Let's get in the RV and—" "The RV won't start. You know that. Then we'll walk. We'll follow the road until we find help." She shook her head. "There is no help. There's only the forest. There's only them." She turned and started walking into the trees. I ran after her, grabbing her arm. She spun around with surprising speed and strength, pushing me back. I stumbled, fell. By the time I got up, she was gone, vanished into the darkness between the trees. I stood there for a long moment, breathing hard, trying to decide what to do. Then I heard the clicking. Close. Very close. Surrounding me. I ran back to the RV, not looking behind me, not stopping until I was inside with the door locked. I didn't sleep that night. I sat at the dinette, watching the windows, waiting for Rachel to come back. She didn't. When dawn came, I went outside and looked at the forest. There was no sign of her, no tracks, no indication of which direction she'd gone. I called her name a few times, but my voice sounded small and pathetic in the silence. I gave up quickly. I spent the day in a kind of daze, not really thinking, just existing. I ate some crackers. I drank some water. I stared out the windows at the empty campground. As evening approached, I heard footsteps outside. I looked out to see Rachel walking back across the campground toward the RV. She was moving normally now, not stiff or awkward. When she came inside, she was smiling. "Hey," she said. "Sorry about last night. I wasn't feeling well." "Where did you go?" "I just needed some air. I walked around for a while, then I came back and slept in one of the empty RVs. I didn't want to disturb you." She was lying. I knew she was lying. But she sounded so normal, so much like herself, that part of me wanted to believe her. "Are you feeling better now?" I asked. "Much better. I think I just needed to clear my head." She made dinner, the last of our canned food. She talked about what we'd do when we got home, about restaurants we'd go to, about movies we wanted to see. She sounded exactly like the Rachel I knew, the Rachel I'd been dating for 3 years. Except she wasn't. I knew she wasn't. After dinner, she suggested we play cards. We did. She laughed at jokes I made. She touched my hand when she dealt the cards. She did everything right. But her eyes were wrong. They were too dark, too flat. When she thought I wasn't looking, I'd catch her staring at me with an expression I couldn't read. Around 10 o'clock, she yawned and said she was tired. "I'm going to bed," she said. "You coming?" "In a bit, I'm not sleepy yet." "Okay." She leaned over and kissed me on the cheek. Her lips were cold. "Don't stay up too late." She went to the back of the RV. I heard her getting into bed, settling down. I sat at the dinette listening. After about 20 minutes, I heard her breathing change, becoming slower and deeper, like she was asleep. I waited another 10 minutes, then got up quietly and went to look at her. Her eyes were open, staring at the ceiling, unblinking. I backed away slowly, trying not to make any noise. I went back to the dinette and sat there, my heart pounding. Whatever was lying in that bed, it wasn't Rachel anymore. I stayed awake all night watching her. She never moved, never blinked. Just lay there with her eyes open, staring at nothing. When morning came, she got up like nothing was wrong. She made coffee. She asked how I'd slept. She acted completely normal. "We should try the engine again," she said. "Maybe it'll start today." "Okay." We went outside together. I got in the driver's seat and she stood nearby, watching. I turned the key. The engine started immediately. I stared at the dashboard in disbelief. After 5 days of refusing to start, suddenly it was working perfectly. "See?" Rachel said. She was smiling. "Everything's fine now." "Yeah," I said slowly. "Everything's fine. So, let's go home. We've been here long enough, don't you think?" I did think that. I wanted nothing more than to leave this place, to get back to civilization, to something that made sense. But I looked at Rachel standing there, smiling that wrong smile, and I knew that if I got in this RV with her, if I drove away with her, something terrible would happen. "Actually," I said, turning off the engine, "I think I forgot something. I need to check the back." "What did you forget?" "Just something. Give me a minute." I got out and walked around to the back of the RV. Rachel followed me. "Mason, what's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. You're acting strange." "I'm acting strange?" I turned to face her. "You've been acting strange for 2 days, Rachel. Or should I even call you that? Because you're not her, are you?" Her smile faded. "What are you talking about?" "I saw you last night. You weren't sleeping. You were just lying there with your eyes open, staring at nothing. People don't sleep like that. I have insomnia sometimes. You know that. Don't lie to me. Whatever you are, wherever Rachel is, just tell me the truth." She was quiet for a long moment. Then she tilted her head, studying me with those flat, dark eyes. "Rachel is fine," she said. Her voice had changed subtly, losing some of its warmth. "Rachel is better than she's ever been." "What did you do to her?" "Nothing she didn't want. Nothing that hurt." "I don't believe you." "You don't have to believe me. You just have to come with me. Get in the RV, Mason. Drive us home. Everything will be fine." No. "No. I'm not going anywhere with you." She sighed, like I was being difficult. "That's disappointing." "Where is she? Where's the real Rachel?" "I told you she's right here. I'm her and she's me. We're the same now." "That's not possible. A lot of things aren't possible. And yet." She spread her hands, indicating herself, the RV, the forest around us. I took a step back. She took a step forward. "Mason, don't make this harder than it needs to be. Stay away from me. We could do this the easy way. You could just come with me. You could let it happen. It doesn't hurt." Rachel didn't feel any pain. I said stay away. I turned and ran. I heard her behind me, not running, just walking at that steady, deliberate pace. I ran across the empty campground, past the other vacant RV sites, toward the road. I could hear the clicking starting up in the forest around me. Multiple sources, getting closer. I ran faster. My lungs burned. My legs ached. But I kept running, not daring to look back. The road stretched ahead of me, endless and empty. But I ran anyway, because what else could I do? I ran for what felt like hours. The clicking followed me, sometimes close, sometimes distant, but always there. I never saw what was making the sounds, and part of me was grateful for that. Eventually, I had to stop. I was exhausted, dehydrated, my chest heaving. I bent over, hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. The clicking had stopped. I looked around. I was still on the same road, surrounded by the same forest, but somehow I'd made it farther than before. The campground was nowhere in sight. Then I heard footsteps behind me. I turned to see Rachel walking toward me. She looked tired, sweaty, like she'd been running too. "Mason," she said. She sounded like herself again. Normal, scared. "Mason, what's happening? Where are we?" "Rachel, I don't remember. I was in the bathroom and then everything got fuzzy and now I'm here and I don't understand what's going on." I wanted to believe her. I wanted it so badly. "How did you find me?" I asked. "I followed you. I saw you running and I followed you." "Why were you chasing me?" "I wasn't chasing you. I was trying to catch up. I was worried." She sounded genuine. She looked genuine, but I'd been fooled before. "Tell me something only Rachel would know," I said. She frowned. "What?" "Something personal. Something you've never told anyone else." She thought for a moment. "When I was 12, I stole $20 from my mom's purse to buy a CD. I felt so guilty that I couldn't even listen to it. I threw it away and never told anyone." That was true. She'd told me that story on our second date, laughing about what a terrible criminal she'd been as a kid. "Okay," I said. "Okay, it's you." I started to move toward her, but then I stopped. Because Rachel had told me that story on our second date. But it wasn't just me she'd told. We'd been at a restaurant, and the waitress had overheard part of the conversation and laughed along with us. Other people knew that story. It wasn't private. "What's wrong?" Rachel asked. She took a step toward me. "Tell me something no one else knows. Something you've never told anyone." "I just did." "No. Something else. Something you've never said out loud." She hesitated, just for a second. But that hesitation told me everything I needed to know. "Mason." I ran again. This time I heard her chasing me, really chasing me, running at full speed. "Mason, stop, please." I didn't stop. I kept running, even though I didn't know where I was going, even though I knew the road would probably just circle back to the campground eventually. I ran until my legs gave out and I collapsed on the side of the road. I couldn't go any farther, I just couldn't. Rachel caught up to me a moment later. She wasn't even breathing hard. "You can't run forever," she said. "I can try." She crouched down next to me. Up close, I could see that her eyes weren't quite right. The pupils were too big, too dark. "Why are you fighting this?" she asked. "It's inevitable. Everyone who comes here eventually joins us. The forest doesn't let people leave." "What are you? What happened to Rachel?" "Rachel is still here. She's part of us now. All of us. We're a community. We're family." "You're not family. You're monsters." She shook her head. "We're not monsters. We're just different. We've evolved beyond what you are. We're better." "Then why do you need to trick people? Why can't you just let us go?" "Because the forest is hungry. It's always hungry. It needs new additions, new perspectives, new life." "That doesn't make any sense." "It doesn't have to make sense. It just is." She reached out to touch my face, and I flinched back. "Don't touch me." "Mason, please, it'll be easier if you don't fight." "No." I tried to get up, to run again, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. I was too exhausted, too depleted. Rachel, or the thing that looked like Rachel, stood up and looked down at me. "I'm sorry it has to be this way," she said. "I really am." Then she turned and walked into the forest, leaving me there on the side of the road. I sat there for a long time, trying to gather my strength. The sun was starting to set. I needed to find shelter before dark, but I had no idea where to go or what to do. That's when I heard the engine. A vehicle was coming down the road. I could hear it getting closer, the sound of tires on gravel. I stood up, waving my arms, ready to flag it down. A park ranger's truck rounded the bend. It slowed down when the driver saw me, then stopped. A middle-aged woman in a ranger's uniform got out. "Are you okay?" she asked. No, I need help. My girlfriend and we've been trapped here for almost a week, and something's wrong with her, and I need to get out of here." The ranger's expression shifted from concern to something else, something I couldn't quite read. "You've been trapped here?" she repeated. "Yes. At the Kincaid campground. Our RV wouldn't start and we couldn't find the main highway, and now Rachel isn't herself anymore. And I need help." The ranger nodded slowly. "I see. Why don't you get in the truck? I'll take you somewhere safe." I hesitated. There was something about the way she was looking at me that felt off. "Where?" I asked. "The ranger station. We can call for help from there, get you back to civilization." "There is no ranger station. I tried to find it before. It doesn't exist." She smiled. It was a kind smile, a patient smile. "Of course it exists. Come on, I'll show you." I took a step back. No. "You're one of them, aren't you?" Her smile didn't waver. "I don't know what you mean." "Your eyes. They're wrong, just like Rachel's." She looked at me for a long moment, and then her smile widened, showing too many teeth. "Get in the truck, Mason." I turned and ran back into the forest. Behind me, I heard her laughing. I ran without direction, without purpose, just trying to get away. The trees closed in around me, and the light faded fast. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, and then I collapsed against a tree, my chest heaving, my whole body shaking. That's when I heard the clicking again. All around me. Dozens of sources, maybe hundreds. And then I saw them. They emerged from the trees, moving on 4 legs, but not like any animal I'd ever seen. They were roughly the size of large dogs, but their limbs bent in wrong directions, and their skin was smooth and pale, almost translucent. They had faces, or what approximated faces, holes where eyes should be, slits where mouths should be. They surrounded me, clicking and clicking, that horrible wet sound that had haunted my nightmares for days. I closed my eyes. I couldn't look at them anymore. I couldn't process what I was seeing. "Mason." I opened my eyes. Rachel was standing in front of me, the real Rachel, or what I desperately hoped was the real Rachel. "Rach? I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything. What's happening to me? You're becoming one of us. It's already starting. Can't you feel it?" I could. Now that she mentioned it, I could feel something changing inside me. A shifting, a rearranging. Like my body was being reshaped from the inside out. "No," I said. "No, I don't want this." "It's too late. You've been here too long. You've breathed too much of the air, drank too much of the water. It's in you now. How do I stop it?" "You can't." The things around us clicked louder, like they were excited. "Rachel, please, help me." "I can't help you, but I can make it easier." She held out her hand. "Take my hand, Mason. Let it happen. Don't fight it. It'll hurt less if you don't fight." I looked at her hand. Then I looked at the things surrounding us, clicking and clicking. I had a choice to make. That was 6 months ago. I'm writing this from my apartment in Baton Rouge. After everything that happened, I somehow made it out of that forest. I don't remember how. One moment I was surrounded by those things, and the next I was stumbling onto the main highway, where a truck driver picked me up and took me to the nearest hospital. They found Rachel a week later. She was at the campground, alive and confused, claiming she didn't remember anything after going to the bathroom that day. The RV was fine. Everything was fine. Except nothing was fine. I look at Rachel now. We're still together, somehow. And I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Her eyes look normal. She acts normal. Everyone says she's fine. But sometimes late at night I hear her get up. I hear her standing at the window looking out at the city. And when I get up to check on her, I see that she's not blinking. She's just staring exactly like she was that night in the RV. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see my own eyes changing, getting darker, flatter. Sometimes I hear clicking sounds that no one else seems to notice. Sometimes I dream about the forest, about those things moving through the trees, about that ranger with too many teeth. And sometimes I think about going back. There's a part of me that wants to, that needs to. Like something inside me is calling to that place, to those things, to whatever's waiting there in the silence. But I don't go back. Not yet. I just write this down, over and over, trying to remember, trying to hold on to what really happened. Because the memories are starting to fade. The details are becoming fuzzy. Soon I think I won't remember it at all. Or maybe I'll remember it differently. Maybe I'll remember it as a simple camping trip. A week in the forest with my girlfriend, nothing remarkable, nothing strange. Maybe that would be better. Or maybe it's already started, and I just don't realize it yet. Maybe I'm already one of them, and this is what they do. They write things down, trying to warn people, trying to remember what they were before they changed. But no one ever listens. No one ever believes. And the forest keeps waiting, patient and hungry, for the next people who make the mistake of thinking they can just pass through without becoming part of something larger, something older, something that doesn't have a name. My name is Mason Bell. One morning the forest was silent. Then the shapes appeared, walking on 4 legs but not animals. And now I can't stop thinking about them. I can't stop wanting to go back. My name is Ethan Bennett. This happened last September at an RV park outside Moab, Utah, and I need to write it down before I forget the details, or before I convince myself it didn't happen the way I remember. I was there with my friend Marcus and his girlfriend Jenna. We'd rented a decent-sized RV for a week, planning to hit some trails around arches and canyonlands. Marcus and I had been friends since college. We both worked in IT in Denver and had been talking about this trip for months. Jenna was newer to the relationship, maybe 6 months in, and I didn't know her well. She was nice enough, though. Worked as a paralegal. Laughed at Marcus's dumb jokes. The RV park was about 15 miles outside Moab proper, tucked against some red rock formations. It wasn't fancy. Maybe 30 sites total, half of them empty when we arrived on a Thursday afternoon. The woman at the office was in her 60s, and she barely looked up when Marcus paid for the week. She handed him a map of the sites and a Wi-Fi password that didn't work. We picked a spot near the back, away from the few other campers. Our closest neighbors were an older couple in a vintage Airstream who kept to themselves. Beyond our site, there was just desert and rock formations stretching out toward the canyon country. The first 2 days were normal. We hiked Devil's Garden, drove up to Dead Horse Point, cooked burgers on the RV's tiny propane grill. Marcus and Jenna bickered occasionally. Small stuff about directions or whose turn it was to drive, but nothing serious. I mostly stayed out of it, read my book, took photos. On Saturday night, we stayed up late drinking beer and playing cards at the picnic table outside. The park had a no-fire policy because of drought conditions, so we just sat there under the lights strung up on the RV awning. Around midnight, Marcus and Jenna called it a night. I wasn't tired, so I turned off the lights and sat outside in the dark for a while. That's when I first noticed it. The stars were incredibly clear out there, away from city lights. I'm not much of an astronomer, but I could pick out the Big Dipper and Orion easily enough. I was just sitting there looking up when I realized some of the stars seemed brighter than others. That's not unusual, obviously, but these particular stars were forming a pattern I couldn't quite figure out. I stared at it for a few minutes, trying to see what my brain was trying to tell me. Then it clicked into place like one of those optical illusions that suddenly make sense. The bright stars spelled out a word. Run. I stood up fast enough that my chair tipped over. My heart was pounding. I looked around the campsite, half expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing, just the dark shapes of other RVs and the red rocks in the distance. When I looked back up at the sky, the word was gone, or rather I couldn't see it anymore. The stars were just stars again, in their normal positions. I told myself I'd imagined it. Too much beer, tired eyes, pattern recognition gone haywire. Our brains do that. They find faces in clouds and shapes in static. I went inside and lay down on the fold-out couch, but I didn't sleep much. The next morning, I didn't mention it. Marcus made coffee and eggs, and Jenna complained about the RV's shower pressure. We drove into Moab for breakfast at a diner and spent the afternoon at Corona Arch. Everything was fine. But that night after dinner, I sat outside again. I couldn't help myself. I needed to see if it would happen again. It did. Around 11, after Marcus and Jenna had gone to bed, the stars started to coalesce into patterns again. This time it took longer for my eyes to adjust and see it. But once I did, I couldn't unsee it. Not safe here. 4 words, spread across maybe 30 degrees of sky. The letters weren't perfect. Some stars served double duty between letters, but it was clear enough that there was no mistaking it. I went inside and got my phone. I pulled up a star chart app and aimed it at the sky, trying to see if this was some kind of actual constellation pattern I just hadn't noticed before. But the app showed nothing unusual. Cassiopeia, Perseus, Andromeda, all in their normal positions. The app didn't see what I was seeing. I woke up Marcus. "What?" he said groggily, sitting up in the bed above the cab. Jenna stirred, but didn't wake. "Come outside for a second," I said. "I need you to look at something." He followed me out in his boxers and t-shirt, squinting against the cold. "This better be good, man. I was actually sleeping for once." "Look at the stars," I said, pointing up. "Do you see anything weird?" He looked up for maybe 5 seconds. "Stars. I see stars, Ethan. What am I looking for?" "Do any of them form patterns? Like words?" He turned to look at me. "Are you high?" "I'm serious, just look." He humored me for another minute, then shook his head. "I don't see anything, man. Can I go back to bed now?" "You really don't see it?" I pointed at the section of sky where "not safe here" was still clearly visible to me. Right there, those bright stars. Marcus followed my finger, squinted, then sighed. "Ethan, they all look the same to me. It's just stars. Maybe you need to ease up on the beer before bed." I let him go back inside. I stayed outside for another hour, watching as the words eventually faded, or my ability to see them faded, into the normal random scatter of stars. By 1 in the morning, I couldn't make out the message anymore. I slept badly again. Monday morning, Jenna suggested we check out some rock art sites she'd read about. Marcus was into it, so we drove out to a trailhead near the Potash Road. The petroglyphs were interesting, ancient symbols carved into rock faces, but I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about the messages in the stars. On the drive back, our GPS started acting strange. It kept recalculating the route, even though we were on a straight highway. Then it told us to turn onto a road that didn't exist. Marcus laughed it off and switched to his phone, but that GPS was glitching too. "Must be the canyon walls messing with the satellite signal," Jenna said. "Maybe. But I noticed the car clock was wrong too. It said 7:43 p.m., even though it was barely past 4 in the afternoon. I checked my phone. 4:17 p.m. I checked my watch. 4:16 p.m. Marcus noticed me staring at the dashboard. "Yeah, that clock's been weird since we picked up the rental," he said. "It keeps jumping ahead." We got back to the RV park around 5. I volunteered to make dinner just to keep myself busy. While I was cutting vegetables, I realized I couldn't remember the drive back. Not clearly, anyway. I remembered leaving the rock art site and getting in the car, and I remembered pulling into the RV park. But everything in between was fuzzy, like I'd zoned out for 40 minutes. That night, I tried to stay inside. I played games on my phone, read a few chapters of my book. Marcus and Jenna watched a movie on his laptop. Around 10, Jenna went to bed. Marcus stayed up scrolling on his phone. "You okay?" he asked at one point. "You've been weird since yesterday." "I'm fine," I said. "Just not sleeping great." "Is it about the stars thing?" Because I wasn't trying to be a dick, but it's fine. I cut him off. "Really, I know it sounds crazy." "Little bit," he said, but he smiled. "But hey, we've all got weird brains. Mine tells me I'm forgetting something important at least 5 times a day." We talked for a while longer about nothing important, and then he went to bed too. I should have gone to sleep. Instead, I went outside. The message appeared within 20 minutes. They know you see. I felt cold despite the fact that it wasn't particularly chilly. I sat there at the picnic table, staring up at those 4 words, and tried to think rationally about what was happening. Either I was having some kind of psychological episode, stress-induced hallucinations or early-onset schizophrenia or something genuinely impossible was happening. Neither option was good. I heard footsteps on gravel behind me and nearly fell off the bench, but it was just the old man from the Airstream walking his dog. He nodded at me as he passed. "Beautiful night," he said. "Yeah," I managed. He paused. "You from around here?" "Denver, just visiting." "Thought so. You've got that look." "What look?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Tourist look. Folks come out here thinking they'll find something. Most of them do, one way or another." He tugged on the dog's leash. "Have a good night." He walked off toward the front of the park. I watched him go, then looked back at the sky. The message was still there. They know you see. "Who knows?" I said out loud to the sky. "What do I see?" The stars didn't rearrange themselves to answer. I went inside eventually and lay awake until dawn. Tuesday, Marcus wanted to do a longer hike out in the Maze district of Canyonlands. Jenna wasn't feeling well. She said her stomach was bothering her, so she stayed at the RV. Marcus and I drove out alone. The Maze is aptly named. It's one of the most remote sections of the park, a labyrinth of canyons that all look identical. Cell service was non-existent. We parked at a trailhead and started down into the canyons with plenty of water, and Marcus has downloaded GPS maps. "This is incredible," Marcus said as we descended into the first canyon. The rock formations towered above us, striated in reds and oranges. "I can't believe more people don't come out here." "It's because it's a pain in the ass to get to," I said, "and easy to get lost in. That's what makes it fun." We hiked for about 3 hours, stopping occasionally to check the GPS and take photos. Around noon, we found a shaded spot to eat lunch. Marcus pulled out his phone to take a panorama shot. "Hey, check this out," he said, frowning at his screen. I looked over his shoulder. In the photo he'd just taken, there was something in the background. A figure, maybe 30 yards behind us, partially obscured by the canyon wall. It looked like a person, but the proportions were off somehow. Too tall, or the limbs were too long. "Was someone behind us?" Marcus asked. I didn't see anyone. He looked back the way we'd come. Nothing but empty canyon. He checked the photo again. "That's weird. Must be a shadow or something. Optical illusion." "Can I see your phone?" He handed it over. I zoomed in on the figure. It was definitely shaped like a human. Head, torso, arms, legs. But the details were blurred, like something had moved while the photo was being taken, or like it wasn't quite solid. "Delete it," I said. "What? Why?" "Just delete it." Marcus took his phone back. "Dude, you're being weird again. It's just a shadow." But he deleted it anyway. We finished lunch and kept hiking. The way back should have taken about 90 minutes. It took 4 hours. We were following the same trail, checking the GPS every 10 minutes, but somehow we kept ending up in canyons we didn't recognize. Marcus started getting frustrated around hour 2. "This doesn't make sense," he said, staring at his phone. "According to this, we should be at the parking lot already. Maybe the GPS is wrong. It's showing our path. Look, we've been walking in circles." He showed me the screen. Our trail made a series of loops like we'd been walking in figure eights for the past 2 hours. But that wasn't possible. We'd been walking in a straight line. "Your phone's glitching," I said. "It's downloaded maps. They don't glitch." We kept walking. The sun was getting lower, and I started worrying about being stuck in the canyons after dark. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we rounded a bend and saw the parking area in the distance. When we got back to the car, my watch said 6:47 p.m. but according to Marcus's phone, it was 9:23 p.m. The car clock said 11:58 p.m. What the hell? Marcus said, checking his phone against his watch. This can't be right. Let's just get back, I said. The drive to the RV park was tense. Neither of us said much. When we finally pulled in, it was fully dark, and I checked my watch again. 7:34 p.m. Marcus's phone now said 7:35 p.m. The car clock was still wrong, stuck at 11:58. Jenna was sitting outside the RV when we got back. She looked pale. Where have you been, she asked. I was worried. Hiking, Marcus said. Sorry, there was no cell service to text you. We lost track of time. You've been gone for 12 hours. It wasn't 12 hours, Marcus said. We left at like 9 this morning. It's only... He checked his phone. 7:30 now. You left at 8:15, Jenna said. She showed him her phone, with a text timestamp from him that morning. I've been alone all day. We went inside. Jenna had made dinner and already eaten. She heated up leftovers for us while Marcus and I tried to figure out what had happened. The math didn't work. If we'd left at 8:15 and it was now 7:34, that was 11 hours, but the hike should have taken maybe 6 or 7 total. Maybe we just lost track of time, Marcus said, but he didn't sound convinced. Did you feel like you lost time? Jenna asked me. I thought about it. No, it felt normal. Long, but normal. We dropped it eventually, but I could tell Marcus was unsettled. Jenna went to bed early again. Marcus and I stayed up, and around 11 I told him I was going outside for some air. Want company? He asked. I'm good. I sat at the picnic table and waited. It didn't take long this time. Leave tonight. 2 words, big and bright and impossible to miss. I stared at them for a long time, then went inside and found Marcus in the kitchenette, pouring a glass of water. We should leave, I said. What? Leave where? The park, tonight. He set down his glass. Ethan, what's going on with you? Something's wrong here, can't you feel it? Wrong how? We went hiking, we got a little turned around, that's it. The time thing, the GPS, I stopped. Never mind. The stars thing again? Forget it. I'm just tired. Look, man, if you're not feeling good, we can head back to Denver a couple days early. But I'm not packing up at 11 o'clock at night. I nodded. Yeah, okay, you're right. But I didn't sleep. I lay on the fold-out couch and listened to the sounds of the RV. Marcus snoring lightly in the cab over bed, Jenna shifting around in the back bedroom, the fridge humming. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something else. Footsteps outside. Not walking past like the old man with his dog. Walking around the RV. Slow, deliberate circles. I sat up and looked out the window, but it was too dark to see anything. The footsteps continued for maybe 5 minutes, then stopped. I stayed awake until dawn, sitting on the couch with my eyes on the door. Wednesday morning, Jenna announced she was feeling better and wanted to go into Moab to do some shopping. Marcus said he'd go with her. I told them I was going to stay at the RV and rest. You sure? Marcus asked. We can stick around if you want company. I'm fine, go. I just need some quiet. They left around 10. I watched their rental car pull out of the park, then sat at the picnic table with my laptop. I spent the next 2 hours researching everything I could find about astronomical messages, pareidolia, and shared hallucinations. Most of it was conspiracy theory garbage or pseudoscience, but I found a few academic papers about pattern recognition in random stimuli. One paper mentioned a phenomenon where people under psychological stress could perceive meaningful patterns in stars or clouds, a form of apophenia, the brain's attempt to impose order on chaos. That made sense, except I didn't feel particularly stressed, at least not until the messages started. Around noon, I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. The old man from the Airstream was standing at the edge of our campsite, watching me. Can I help you? I called out. He walked closer. His dog wasn't with him this time. You're the one seeing the messages. I felt my stomach drop. What? In the stars. You see them, don't you? I don't know what you're talking about. He smiled that same empty smile from before. It's okay. Happens sometimes out here. The desert does things to people. Opens things up. Opens what up? Their eyes, mostly. You see what's always been there. Most folks, they look at the sky and just see stars, but some people, they see the truth underneath. And what's the truth? He looked at me for a long moment. That we're being watched. That something out there is trying to communicate. But it only picks certain people. Special people, maybe. Or cursed ones. Hard to say which. That's insane. Is it? Then how do you explain what you're seeing? I didn't have an answer. He nodded like I'd confirmed something for him. My wife saw them too, he said. 3 years ago we came out here for our anniversary. She started seeing patterns in the stars, messages, warnings. I thought she was losing her mind. He paused. She disappeared on our 4th night here, just walked out into the desert and never came back. They found her body a month later out past the canyons. She'd walked almost 30 miles from the campsite. I'm sorry, I said, because I didn't know what else to say. The thing is, he continued, before she disappeared, she told me the messages were getting more specific, more urgent. She said they were telling her to come find them, that they needed to show her something important. He met my eyes. Do yours say that? Do they tell you to come find them? No, I said. They just tell me to leave. Then you should listen. He turned to walk away, then stopped. One more thing. Whatever you do, don't look at the stars tonight. Sometimes it's better not to know. He left before I could ask him what he meant. Marcus and Jenna got back around 4, loaded down with shopping bags. Jenna had bought a new hiking jacket and some books. Marcus had a new knife and a pair of binoculars. They were in good moods, laughing about something that had happened at the store. I didn't tell them about the old man. We made tacos for dinner and ate outside at the picnic table. The sun set in violent shades of red and orange, and Jenna took about 50 photos of it. Marcus told a story about a disastrous camping trip from his early 20s that I'd heard before but still laughed at. For a couple of hours, everything felt normal. Then night fell. I tried to stay inside after dinner. I helped clean up, played a card game with Marcus and Jenna, charged my phone. Around 10, Jenna went to bed complaining of a headache. Marcus followed shortly after. I lay down on the couch and closed my eyes, but I could feel it, the pull. Like something outside was calling to me, demanding I look up. At 11:17 p.m., I went outside. The message was the biggest yet, spanning almost the entire visible sky. Ethan Bennett. It is time to choose, my full name, spelled out in stars. I sat down hard on the picnic table bench, my legs suddenly weak. Choose what? I whispered. The stars didn't answer, but as I watched, some of them grew brighter while others faded. The message shifted, rearranging itself. Stay and understand or leave and forget. I sat there for what might have been hours, staring up at those words. My rational mind kept trying to logic it away. It's just pattern recognition. You're seeing what you want to see. This isn't real. But the message was too clear, too specific. It knew my name. Finally, I stood up. I walked away from the RV, past the airstream where the old man was presumably sleeping, toward the edge of the park where the desert began. The message followed me, or my ability to see it did. The stars rearranged themselves in the sky as I walked. Come farther. I stopped at the boundary of the park where the gravel gave way to sand and scrub brush. In the distance, I could see the dark shapes of rock formations against the slightly less dark sky. The message changed again. Walk until you see the stone circle. Then look up again. A stone circle. I didn't know what that meant, but I found myself taking a step forward, then another. Some part of my brain was screaming at me to turn around, go back to the RV, wake up Marcus and tell him we needed to leave right now. But a bigger part was desperately curious. I'd spent 3 days seeing these messages, and now I had a chance to understand what they meant. I walked into the desert. I'm not sure how long I walked. My phone said it was midnight when I checked, then 12:03, then 2:47, then 11:58. The time kept jumping around, meaningless. I kept walking, guided by nothing but the messages in the sky that kept appearing, directing me to go farther, keep going, almost there. Eventually, I found it. A circle of standing stones in a clearing between two rock formations. They weren't natural. Someone had placed them there deliberately. They looked ancient, but I couldn't tell if they were from indigenous peoples or something else. Each stone was about waist high, and there were 13 of them forming a perfect circle about 20 feet across. I stood at the edge of the circle and looked up. The entire sky had changed. The stars weren't in their normal positions anymore. They formed patterns, symbols, geometric shapes that hurt to look at directly. And in the center of it all, where the constellation Orion should have been, was a message so big and clear that I couldn't understand how I'd missed it before. We have been trying to warn you for so long. As I watched, the message changed, words appearing and disappearing faster than I could read them. Your species is running out of time. The change is coming. Some of you will see it. Some will help it. Some will die in it. More messages, faster now, flooding the sky. Your friend Marcus is already changing. Jenna is already gone. You are the only one left who can still choose. Choose what? I shouted at the sky. What am I supposed to do? The stars pulsed. Once, twice, and then went dark. All of them. The entire sky went black, like someone had turned off a switch. I stood in the stone circle in absolute darkness, my heart hammering, unable to see my own hand in front of my face. Then, slowly, the stars came back on. But they weren't the same stars as before. They were in different positions, forming different constellations I didn't recognize. And in the center of the sky, in letters that burned with a brightness that shouldn't be possible, was a single word: run. I ran. I don't remember the run back. I remember being at the stone circle one moment, and then I was at the RV park, gasping for breath, my clothes soaked with sweat. The sky had returned to normal, or what I'd thought was normal. I checked my phone. 3:47 a.m. The lights were on in the RV. I opened the door quietly. Marcus was sitting at the kitchenette table, staring at nothing. He didn't look up when I came in. Marcus? He turned his head slowly to look at me. His eyes were wrong. The pupils were too big, or maybe too small, and he wasn't blinking. Where did you go? He asked. His voice was flat, emotionless. Just for a walk. Couldn't sleep. It's almost 4 a.m. I know, I lost track of time. He stared at me for another long moment, then smiled. It was the wrong kind of smile, too wide, showing too many teeth. You saw them, didn't you? The messages. Marcus, what's wrong with you? Nothing's wrong. Everything is finally right. He stood up, and I noticed his movements were slightly off, like he was jerking between positions instead of moving smoothly. They chose you, Ethan. They've been watching all of us, but they chose you to see. You should feel honored. Who chose me? The ones who've been here longer than us, longer than humans. They're in the rocks, in the sky, in the spaces between things. They've been sleeping mostly, but they're waking up now, and they need people to help them. Help them do what? Marcus's smile got wider. Transition. This world is changing, Ethan. The old rules are breaking down. Time, space, reality. It's all becoming more flexible. They're going to reshape everything, and they need us to help guide the process. Some of us, anyway. The ones who can see the messages are the ones they've chosen. I took a step back toward the door. Where's Jenna? Jenna's sleeping. I want to see her. No, you don't. But I pushed past him toward the back bedroom. He didn't try to stop me. I opened the door. Jenna was on the bed, lying on her back with her eyes open. She wasn't moving. For a terrible moment, I thought she was dead, but then she blinked. Slowly, like she had to remember how. Jenna, I said. She turned her head to look at me. Her eyes were the same as Marcus's, wrong pupils, no emotion behind them. Hello, Ethan. What happened to you? I went to see them, last night when Marcus was asleep. They were in the stones in the circle. They showed me what's coming. She sat up slowly. It's beautiful, Ethan. You should let them show you too. Show me what? The transition, the new world. We're going to be part of something so much bigger than ourselves. No more pain, no more confusion, no more separation. We'll all be connected to them, to the earth, to the stars. We'll finally understand everything. I backed out of the room. Marcus was standing in the doorway, blocking my exit from the RV. You're afraid? He said. That's normal. Change is scary, but you don't have to be afraid, Ethan. The messages in the stars, they're invitations, not threats. They want you to join us. Get out of my way. Where are you going to go? It's happening everywhere, not just here. The messages are appearing all over the world now in different forms. Some people see them in stars, some in clouds, some in static on screens. The ones who've been chosen all see them eventually, and then they have to choose. Join the transition, or fight against it. I choose to leave. Marcus's smile faded. That's the wrong choice. He moved toward me, still jerking between positions like a badly edited video. I grabbed the first thing I could reach, a coffee mug from the counter, and threw it at him. It hit his shoulder and shattered. He didn't react to the impact, just kept coming. I ran for the door, yanked it open, and jumped out of the RV. I expected him to chase me, but when I looked back, he was just standing in the doorway, watching me with those wrong eyes. You can't run from it, he called out. It's everywhere. It's in the ground beneath your feet, in the air you breathe, in the light from the stars. You're already part of it, Ethan. You just haven't accepted it yet. I ran to the rental car, praying the keys were still in it. They were. I got in, started the engine, and drove. I didn't look back. I drove straight through to Denver, stopping only for gas and to use the bathroom. It took about 6 hours, and the entire time I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see Marcus and Jenna following me. But there was never anyone behind me. My apartment was the same as I'd left it. I locked the door, closed all the curtains, and tried to sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw the messages in the stars. The warnings, the invitations, the choice I'd been given. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, I've noticed things. Small things at first. The stars at night still form patterns if I look at them long enough. Messages that tell me it's not too late. I can still join them. I can still be part of the transition. I don't look up anymore. But it's not just the stars. Sometimes I see patterns in the static on TV, or in the grain of the wood floor, or in the clouds outside my window. They're always trying to communicate, always inviting me to understand. And there are more people like Marcus and Jenna now. I see them sometimes, at the grocery store or on the bus. They move wrong, smile wrong, talk wrong. Their eyes are different. Last week, my neighbor knocked on my door and asked if I wanted to come to a gathering in the mountains. When I said no, she smiled that too wide smile and said, "That's okay. You'll change your mind eventually. Everyone does." I called Marcus's phone 3 days ago. Someone answered, but it wasn't Marcus. It sounded like his voice, but the cadence was off. The breathing between words was wrong. "Hello, Ethan," it said. "We've been waiting for you to call. Are you ready to come back?" I hung up. I've been documenting everything, writing it all down because I need someone to know what happened. What's still happening. The messages say it's a transition, a new world, a chance to be part of something greater. But I don't think that's what it really is. I think something has been waiting in the spaces between things, in the rocks and the stars and the darkness, and now it's waking up. And it's changing people, remaking them into something else. Something that looks human but isn't. And once you see the messages, once you acknowledge them, they can reach you. They can change you too. The old man's wife walked into the desert and never came back. Maybe she understood something I don't. Maybe she knew the only way to truly escape was to walk away from everything. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Last night I made the mistake of looking up at the stars, just for a moment, just to see if the messages were still there. They were, and they were different than before. Ethan Bennett. Time is running out. Choose now. Join or be left behind. The transition is almost complete. And underneath all of that, in smaller letters that took me a moment to see, "Your friends miss you." I closed the curtains and went inside, but I can still feel them up there. The stars, the patterns, the messages meant only for me. They're patient. They've been here longer than humanity, longer than Earth itself maybe. They can wait a little longer, but I'm not sure I can. The thing is, I dream about the stone circle now. I dream about standing in the center of it and looking up at a sky full of impossible stars. In the dreams, I understand everything. I see the connections between all things, the patterns underlying reality, the truth of what's coming. And it's beautiful, just like Jenna said. In the dreams, I'm not afraid anymore. When I wake up, the fear comes back. But it's getting weaker. I think that's how it starts. The messages in the stars, the invitations, the slow wearing down of resistance until you accept what's being offered, until you choose to see what they want you to see. I'm writing this down now, while I can still think clearly, while I can still remember why I ran. Tomorrow I might not be able to. Tomorrow I might wake up with eyes like Marcus and Jenna, moving wrong, smiling wrong, ready to join the transition. Or tomorrow I might do what the old man's wife did. Walk into the desert and keep walking until there's nothing left but sand and stars. I haven't decided yet. But tonight, as I sit here in my apartment with the curtains drawn tight, I can feel them up there. The stars, the patterns, the messages that only I can read. They're calling to me, inviting me, promising me understanding and connection, and an end to all the fear and confusion of being human. All I have to do is look up. All I have to do is choose. The worst part is, I want to. God help me. I want to understand. I want to see what they're offering. I want to know what happens in the transition, what the new world looks like, what I could become. Maybe that's how it ends for everyone who sees the messages. Not with force, not with fear, but with curiosity, with the irresistible human urge to understand, to know, to see what's on the other side. I'm going to post this online before I make my choice. Someone should know. Someone should understand what happened to all of us. To Marcus and Jenna and the old man's wife and me and all the other people who've seen the messages and made their choices. If you ever find yourself in Moab or anywhere in the desert and you start seeing patterns in the stars, messages meant only for you, don't look. Don't try to understand. Don't go searching for stone circles in the darkness. Just leave. Leave and don't look back. That's what I should have done. That's what I tell myself I should have done. But I didn't. And now it's too late. The curtains are opening on their own. I didn't touch them. They're just slowly sliding open, revealing the night sky outside my window. And up there, in the stars, I can already see the message forming, bigger than before, clearer than before. Ethan Bennett, it is time. I should close my eyes. I should look away. I should run. But I'm not going to. I need to know. I need to understand. I'm looking up. My name is Olivia Davis. Everyone has the same nightmare, but we woke up with physical wounds. I need to write this down while I still remember what's real. While I can still tell the difference between what happened in the dream and what happened when we were awake. If we were ever really awake at all. We arrived at Ocala National Forest on a Thursday afternoon in late September. There were 4 of us. Me, my boyfriend Marcus, and our friends Jenny and Ray. We'd been planning this trip for months. A long weekend away from our jobs in Tampa. Just the 4 of us in our RVs parked at a primitive campsite deep in the forest. Jenny found the spot on some camping forum. Totally secluded, she'd said. No neighbors, no bathroom facilities, just us and nature. Marcus drove our 25-foot Class C while I navigated. Jenny and Ray followed in their smaller trailer. The highway gave way to state roads, then to a poorly marked dirt road that wound through increasingly dense palmetto and pine. Spanish moss hung from the live oaks like gray curtains. The GPS lost signal about 2 miles in. "You sure about this place?" Marcus asked, squinting at the narrow track ahead. I checked the printed directions Jenny had given me. Should be another mile or so. She said to look for a clearing marked with a blue ribbon on a fence post. We found it just as the sun started its descent, a wide clearing ringed by towering pines and thick undergrowth. Someone had made a fire ring from stones. That was it. No posts marking sites, no picnic tables, no signs that anyone maintained this place, just empty forest and the distant sound of what might have been a creek. Perfect, Jenny declared as she hopped out of Ray's truck, arms spread wide. She was like that, embracing everything with an enthusiasm that made me feel tired just watching. Completely off the grid, Ray started setting up their trailer with practiced efficiency. He'd been camping since he was a kid, one of those people who actually enjoyed sleeping on the ground and cooking over open flames. Marcus and I were more comfortable in our RV with its working toilet and propane stove, which Ray liked to tease us about. "You two are glamping," he said as Marcus leveled our vehicle. "This isn't real camping." "I'm 34, Marcus replied. "I've earned the right to shit indoors." We spent the evening like you'd expect, sitting around the fire, drinking beer, telling stories. Jenny tried to spook us with tales about Ocala's reputation. "They call this the Ocala curse," she said, her face half lit by flames. "People disappear here all the time. Hikers, campers. They just vanish." "That's because it's 600 square miles of forest," Ray said. "People get lost. It's not supernatural. It's stupidity." "Tell that to Daryl Gore," Jenny countered. "Or Pamela Smith. Or the college student who vanished 3 years ago. They never found any of them." I didn't like the conversation. I'd had enough nightmares as a kid. Terrible, vivid things that made me afraid to sleep until I was 12. My parents took me to therapists who said it was just an overactive imagination. The nightmares eventually stopped, but I still didn't like discussing that sort of thing before bed. Like speaking it would call it back. "Can we talk about something else?" I asked. Marcus squeezed my hand. He knew about my history. "Sure." "Ray, tell us about that disaster date you had last month." The conversation shifted, and I relaxed. We stayed up until almost midnight before the exhaustion of the drive caught up with us. Marcus and I said our goodnights and retreated to our RV. I brushed my teeth at the tiny sink, changed into pajamas, and climbed into the bed that folded down over the driver's seat. Marcus was asleep within minutes, his breathing deep and even. I lay awake longer, listening to the forest. The sound was different than the city. Not silent, but full of small noises I couldn't identify. Rustling in the undergrowth. Something moving through the leaves overhead. The distant call of an owl. Eventually, my eyes grew heavy, and I drifted off. The nightmare started immediately. I was standing in the clearing, but it was wrong. The fire still burned, but the flames were the wrong color, almost blue, casting strange shadows. Jenny stood on the opposite side, her mouth open in a scream I couldn't hear. Marcus was on his knees beside me, hands pressed to his ears. And Ray. Ray was facing away from us, completely still, his head tilted at an angle that made my stomach lurch. Then I saw it. A figure at the edge of the clearing. Not quite human. Tall and thin, with arms that hung too long and a face I couldn't focus on. Every time I tried to look directly at it, my eyes slid away, like my brain refused to process what it was seeing. The figure raised one arm and pointed at us, at me. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The figure took a step forward, then another, moving with a jerky wrong motion like a film skipping frames. Marcus was still on his knees, Jenny still screaming silently. Ray didn't move at all. The figure reached out. I jerked awake, gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs. The RV was dark except for the faint glow of Marcus's phone charging on the counter. He was still asleep beside me, undisturbed. Just a dream. Just a stupid dream brought on by Jenny's stories. But my arm hurt. I reached over and turned on the overhead light. Marcus groaned and threw an arm over his eyes. "What the hell, Liv?" "My arm," I said, looking down at my bare forearm. 3 long scratches ran from my elbow to my wrist, parallel and deep enough to have drawn blood. Did I scratch myself in my sleep? Marcus sat up, blinking. Jesus, those look bad. Did you have a nightmare? How did you... I stopped, stared at him. Marcus, your neck. He reached up, confused, then his fingers found it. A mark on the side of his neck, like someone had pressed their thumb into the soft flesh below his jaw, hard enough to bruise. We looked at each other in the dim light. Neither of us said anything for a long moment. Must have happened in my sleep, Marcus finally said. Maybe I slept weird, pinched a nerve or something. And I scratched myself, somehow, without waking up. You said you had a nightmare? Did you? He hesitated. Yeah. How did you know? What was it about? This is going to sound weird, but we were in the clearing. The fire was burning, but it was blue. And there was something at the edge of the trees. I couldn't look at it directly every time I tried. He trailed off, rubbing his neck. It's already fading. You know how dreams are. My throat went dry. Were Jenny and I in it? And Ray? Yeah. Jenny was screaming. Ray had his back to us, and you were standing next to me. He looked at me. Why? Did you have the same dream? I think so. I mean, it's hard to remember exactly, but blue fire. Something at the trees. Jenny screaming. We sat there, not quite looking at each other. The rational part of my brain, the part that hadn't had nightmares since childhood, the part that worked in data analysis and dealt with facts and numbers, was trying to explain it. We'd both been thinking about Jenny's stories. Our subconscious minds created similar scenarios. The scratches and bruise were coincidence. I'd read somewhere that people could hurt themselves in their sleep without realizing it. It's just weird, Marcus said, that we'd have the same dream. Jenny probably has everyone in this forest spooked with her stories. Yeah, probably. But neither of us sounded convinced. Marcus turned off the light and we lay back down. I kept my eyes open in the dark, watching the shadows, listening to the sounds outside. It took me a long time to fall asleep again, and when I did, I didn't dream. Or if I did, I didn't remember it. Morning came with bright sunlight through the RV windows and the smell of coffee from Ray's campfire. I pulled on jeans and a long-sleeved shirt to cover the scratches, then joined the others outside. Jenny looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes. Ray was quiet, staring into his coffee mug. Marcus emerged a few minutes after me, wearing a collar-up shirt despite the warmth. Rough night? Jenny asked, her voice hoarse. Bad dreams, I said carefully. You? She held up her hand. 3 scratches ran across her palm, similar to the ones on my arm. Woke up like this, and I had this nightmare. We were all here, but the fire was wrong. Blue, I think. And there was something watching us from the trees. The coffee mug slipped from Ray's hand, hitting the ground with a dull thud. We all had it, he said. The same dream. Nobody spoke. The forest around us seemed to press closer, the cheerful morning sunlight suddenly less comforting. Show me your marks, Jenny said. We did. Ray had a bruise on his arm, dark purple, in the shape of a handprint. Marcus showed his neck. I rolled up my sleeve. Jenny had her scratched palm. All of us injured. All of us from the same nightmare. This is fucked up, Marcus said. How is this possible? Shared dreams are documented, Jenny said. She'd always been interested in paranormal stuff, crystals and auras and past lives. Usually I found it harmless, if a little silly. Now her seriousness made my skin crawl. Twin studies show it. Couples sometimes experience it. But 4 people having identical nightmares and waking up with corresponding wounds. She shook her head. I've never heard of that. There has to be a logical explanation, Ray said, but his voice lacked conviction. Maybe we were all exposed to something. Carbon monoxide from the fire? Some kind of toxin in the air? That doesn't explain the wounds, I said. Stigmata, Jenny whispered. Physical manifestations of psychological trauma. That's not real, Marcus said sharply. That's medieval superstition. Then explain our injuries. No one could. We sat around the dead campfire in uncomfortable silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I kept touching the scratches on my arm, running my fingers along the edges. They were real. This was happening. "We should leave," I said finally. "Pack up and go home." "Agreed," Marcus said immediately, but Jenny was shaking her head. "Not yet. Not until we figure out what's happening. What if we bring this home with us? What if it follows?" "What it?" Ray demanded. "There's no it. We had bad dreams and somehow hurt ourselves, that's all." "Is it?" Jenny pulled out her phone, though I knew she wouldn't have service out here. "I want to document this. Take pictures of our wounds. Write down everything we remember from the dream. If it happens again..." "It won't happen again," Marcus said, "because we're leaving." "I'm staying," Jenny said stubbornly. "Ray?" He hesitated, looking between us. "One more night. If nothing happens, we know it was just, I don't know, coincidence. But if it happens again, we have more data. We can figure it out." "Data," I repeated. "Ray, we're not conducting an experiment here." "Why not? Jenny's right about one thing. What if we don't understand what's happening? What if leaving makes it worse?" He stood up, brushing dirt from his jeans. "Look, I'm as freaked out as you are, but running away without understanding why feels wrong. One more night. If we all have the dream again, we leave first thing in the morning. Deal?" I looked at Marcus. He was frowning, clearly unhappy, but I could see him considering it. That was Marcus, always trying to solve problems, never one to leave loose ends. Finally, he sighed. "Fine, one more night. But we stay together. No one goes off alone." We spent the day trying to act normal. Ray and Jenny went on a hike around the area, though they stayed within shouting distance of camp. Marcus and I sat outside the RV, reading books we couldn't concentrate on. Every sound made me jump. The wind in the trees sounded like whispers. Shadows seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. Around noon, Jenny came back looking pale. "There are marks," she said, "on the trees." We followed her about 100 yards from camp to a grove of pines. Something, had carved symbols into the bark. Not the usual initials and hearts you'd see at a campsite. These were strange, angular shapes that hurt to look at. They seemed to writhe and shift in my peripheral vision. "How long have these been here?" Marcus asked. "No way to tell," Ray said, examining them closely. "Could be years old. Could be recent. They weren't here when we arrived," Jenny insisted. "I walked this exact path yesterday scouting for the bathroom spot. You don't know that. It was getting dark." "I know what I saw," Jenny snapped. "These are new." I didn't want to look at the symbols. Something about them made my head ache, made my vision blur. "Let's go back to camp," I said. The afternoon crawled by. We made a half-hearted dinner of hot dogs and beans, no one very hungry. The sun set early behind the thick canopy, and shadows swallowed the clearing. Ray built up the fire again, larger this time, as if the light could protect us. "I have a theory," Jenny said as we sat around the flames. "What if something happened here, some kind of tragedy, and we're, I don't know, tapping into it, experiencing an echo of it?" "Ghosts," Ray said flatly. "Not ghosts. Residual energy. A traumatic event leaves an imprint. We're sensitive to it, and our minds are processing it through dreams." "And the wounds?" I asked. "Psychosomatic. Our brains are so convinced by the dream that they create physical symptoms." It was a reach, but I wanted to believe it. The alternative, that something was actively doing this to us, was too frightening to consider. "Let's stay up," Marcus suggested. "If we don't sleep, we can't dream." But exhaustion crept up on all of us. Ray dozed off first, his head nodding forward. Jenny fought it, jerking awake every time her eyes closed, but eventually she slumped over. Marcus and I held out longest, gripping each other's hands, determined to make it through the night. "Stay awake," I told him. "We have to stay awake." "I'm trying," he mumbled, his eyes already half closed. "So tired." "Marcus..." But he was gone. his breathing evening out. I shook him, but he didn't respond. Panic rose in my chest. I stood up, thinking movement would help, but my legs felt heavy. My eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds. This wasn't normal fatigue. Something was pulling us under. I tried to walk back to the RV. Maybe if I could lie down, sleep properly, the dream wouldn't come. But I only made it 3 steps before my knees gave out. The ground rushed up to meet me, soft pine needles and dirt. I fought against the darkness, but it swallowed me whole. The nightmare was worse this time. We were in the clearing again, all 4 of us. But now the blue flames were higher, crackling and spitting. Jenny wasn't just screaming. She was crying too, tears streaming down her face as her mouth opened in that silent wail. Ray was still turned away, but now I could see why. His head was twisted completely around, facing backward while his body faced forward. And Marcus was laughing. A horrible, broken sound that didn't match his expression of pure terror. The figure was closer now. Close enough that I could almost make out features, almost see what it really was. Tall and impossibly thin, with skin that seemed to shift and crawl. Where its face should be was just darkness, a void that pulled at my vision, made me feel like I was falling into it. It pointed at me again. This time I felt it, a searing pain in my chest, like something was reaching inside and squeezing my heart. I looked down. Blood was spreading across my shirt, blooming like a flower. I tried to speak, to ask for help, but when I opened my mouth, only blood came out. The figure took another step, its arm extended, stretching impossibly long, reaching for me. I woke up choking, gasping for air. Dawn light filtered through the trees. I was still on the ground where I'd collapsed, covered in dew. My chest burned. With shaking hands, I pulled up my shirt. 4 long gouges ran across my chest, deep enough that they were still bleeding sluggishly. They hurt like hell. Around me, the others were waking up too, all of them groaning and disoriented. Jenny sat up and immediately vomited into the dirt. Ray curled into a fetal position, whimpering. Marcus crawled toward me, and I saw that his face was covered in small cuts, dozens of them, like he'd been hit with broken glass. "What's happening to us?" Jenny sobbed. "What the fuck is happening?" "We're leaving," I said, my voice hoarse. "Right now. Pack up everything. We're getting out of here." No one argued. We moved like zombies, taking down tents, disconnecting water lines, closing up the RVs. Jenny could barely function. Ray had to help her. Marcus's hands shook so badly he kept dropping things. My chest screamed with every movement, but I ignored it. We had to leave. We had to get away from this place. It was Ray who noticed it first. "Where are the keys?" "What?" Marcus patted his pockets, then went pale. "They were in my jacket, right there on the picnic table." The picnic table was bare except for our dirty dishes from dinner. "Mine too," Ray said, checking his truck. "They're gone." We tore the camp apart looking for them. Searched the RVs, the vehicles, the ground around the fire pit. Nothing. Both sets of keys had vanished. "Someone took them," Jenny said. Her voice had gone flat, emotionless. Shock, I realized. She was in shock. "While we were asleep, someone was here." "Or something," Ray added quietly. The forest seemed to close in around us. Every shadow held menace. Every sound was a potential threat. "Okay," Marcus said, trying to sound calm and failing. "Okay." We hike out, follow the road back to the highway. Someone will give us a ride. We'll call for help. "That's 5 miles, Ray said. "Through the forest, in our condition." "You have a better idea?" We didn't, so we gathered what we could carry. Water bottles, a first aid kit, our phones even though they were useless without signal. Marcus found a tire iron in his RV and carried it like a weapon. Ray took a hunting knife from his gear. "Stay together," I said. "No matter what. Nobody gets separated." We started walking. The forest was different in daylight. The path we'd driven in on seemed narrower, overgrown. Branches I didn't remember reached across the dirt road. The trees pressed closer on both sides, blocking out most of the sun. We walked for what felt like hours. Jenny was fading. leaning heavily on Ray. Marcus and I brought up the rear, constantly looking behind us. My chest throbbed with every step, and I could feel fresh blood seeping through my shirt. "How far have we gone?" Marcus asked. I checked my phone. No signal, but the GPS still worked. "Maybe a mile." "It doesn't look right. I don't remember the road being this narrow." He was right. The road was barely visible now, more like a game trail than anything a vehicle could navigate. And there were those symbols again, carved into the trees on both sides. More of them now. Hundreds of them. They covered every trunk, writhing and shifting. "Jenny," Ray called from ahead. "Jenny, stay with me." She'd stopped walking, just stood there in the middle of the path, staring at something I couldn't see. "Jenny?" I moved forward carefully. "What is it?" "I was here," she whispered. "In the dream, this exact spot. We have to keep moving." "No." She turned to look at me, and her eyes were wrong, too wide, too bright. "We can't leave. It won't let us." "Jenny, you're not making sense. Come on." Ray tried to take her arm, but she jerked away. "It's in my head," she said. Her voice changed, became deeper, rougher. "It's been in my head since the first dream. I can hear it talking. It says..." She smiled, and it was the worst smile I'd ever seen. "It says we're home now." Then she ran, not back toward camp, but sideways, crashing through the undergrowth into the deep forest. Ray shouted and went after her without thinking. Within seconds, they both disappeared into the trees. "Ray!" Marcus yelled. "Ray, come back." Silence. Even the birds had stopped singing. "We have to go after them," I said. "That's what it wants, to separate us. We can't just leave them." Marcus grabbed my shoulders, forcing me to look at him. "Listen to me. Something is very wrong with Jenny. You saw her eyes. That wasn't her anymore. If we follow them, we'll get lost too." "So what do?" He didn't answer. We stood there on the path, alone, surrounded by marked trees and oppressive silence, waiting for something to happen. The scream, when it came, nearly stopped my heart. High and terrible, full of pain and terror. It cut off abruptly, leaving only echoes. "Ray," I breathed. Marcus's grip on the tire iron tightened. "Keep walking, we have to keep walking." "But now, Liv." We walked. Or tried to. But the path kept changing. We'd go around a bend and somehow end up back where we started. The symbols on the trees multiplied, covering every surface. And there were other things now, scratch marks on the ground like something had been dragged, dark stains on the leaves that might have been blood. My phone said we'd walked 3 miles, but the highway should have been visible by now. We should have heard traffic. "We're going in circles," Marcus said. "It's leading us back." "Back where?" "To camp. It wants us at the camp." He was right. I could smell smoke now, the familiar scent of our campfire. And there, through the trees, was the clearing. Our RVs sat exactly where we'd left them. "No," I said. "No, we walked for miles. We couldn't have..." Jenny was standing by the fire, her back to us, perfectly still. "Jenny?" Marcus called carefully. "Where's Ray?" She turned around slowly. Her face was spattered with blood. When she smiled, her teeth were red. "He's sleeping," she said in that wrong, too deep voice. "Like all of you will be soon. Sleeping and dreaming, forever and ever and ever." She started walking toward us. Not walking, gliding, her feet barely touching the ground. Marcus raised the tire iron. "Stay back," he warned. "Jenny, I know you're in there. Fight it." "Jenny's sleeping too," the thing wearing Jenny's face said. She invited it in with her stories and her belief. She opened the door. "And now you'll all come through." She lunged. Marcus swung the tire iron, but Jenny was impossibly fast. She ducked under the blow and grabbed his wrist, twisting until something cracked. Marcus screamed. The tire iron fell. I ran. Didn't think, just bolted for the RV. Got the door open and threw myself inside, slamming and locking it behind me. Through the window, I watched Jenny, the thing that used to be Jenny, pick Marcus up by the throat. His feet kicked uselessly at the air. "Stop!" I screamed, pounding on the window. "Let him go!" The thing turned to look at me. Jenny's eyes had gone completely black, like the void in the figure's face from our dreams. "Come out," it said. "Come out and dream with us." "Live," Marcus managed to choke out. "Run." The thing squeezed and Marcus went limp. I don't remember making the decision. Don't remember my hands moving. But suddenly I was at the RV's ignition and I was hot wiring it like my dad had taught me when I was 16. The engine coughed, sputtered, then roared to life. The thing dropped Marcus and came for me. I slammed the RV into gear and hit the gas. The vehicle lurched forward. I saw the thing's face smash against the windshield. Then it was gone, thrown aside or underneath. I didn't care which. I drove. Branches scraped the sides of the RV. Something large went under the wheels with a sickening crunch. The road, if it could even be called that, was barely visible. But I kept my foot down, crashing through underbrush and around trees. The speedometer said I was going 40. My phone said I'd gone 2 miles, 3, 4, but I never reached the highway. Instead, the trees opened up and I was back in the clearing. Again. My RV sat there, exactly where I'd left it, and standing beside it was Marcus, whole and unhurt. "Liv?" he called. "Where did you go? Are you okay?" I hit the brakes, stared at him through the windshield. This wasn't possible. I'd just seen the thing kill him. "Honey," he walked toward me, concern on his face. "You look pale. Did something happen?" "Don't come closer," I warned. He stopped. "What's wrong? Did you find Ray and Jenny?" "You're not real. You're not Marcus." "What are you talking about? Liv, you're scaring me. Just come out. We'll figure this out together." I looked at his neck. The bruise from the first night was still there. His face still showed the cuts from the second dream. But his wrist, the wrist Jenny broke, was fine. "Show me your arm," I said. "Your left arm." He hesitated. "Why?" "Just do it." Slowly he rolled up his sleeve. The arm was unmarked. Smooth skin. No injury. "You're not him," I whispered. "You're not Marcus." The thing wearing Marcus's face smiled. "Does it matter? He's sleeping. You're all sleeping. This is the dream, Olivia. You never left. You never woke up." The world tilted. I looked down at my hands on the steering wheel. Were they my hands? Was this the RV? Was any of this real? Through the windshield, I saw more figures emerging from the trees. Ray, blood covering his shirt but walking normally. Jenny, face clean, smiling that terrible smile. And others, people I didn't recognize. A young woman in hiking gear. An older man in a park ranger uniform. A little girl holding a stuffed rabbit. All of them with those black, empty eyes. "Join us," they said in unison. "Sleep and dream. It's easier than fighting. So much easier." My phone buzzed. Impossible, there was no signal. But it buzzed again and I looked down at the screen. A text message from my own number. "Wake up." The world shattered. I was lying on the ground. The real ground. Cold and damp with morning dew. My chest ached, my head throbbed, and every muscle in my body screamed in protest. But I was awake. Really awake. Marcus lay beside me, unconscious but breathing. No injuries except the cuts on his face and the mark on his neck. Ray was a few feet away, curled on his side. And Jenny. Jenny was gone. Her sleeping bag was empty, the sides torn open from the inside. "Marcus." I shook him hard. "Marcus, wake up." His eyes snapped open. "Where? What happened?" "I don't know, but we're leaving. Right now. Where are the keys?" He felt his pockets, and by some miracle his keys were there. Ray's too, sitting on the picnic table, like they'd never been gone. We loaded Ray into the back seat of Marcus's truck. He wouldn't wake up, just mumbled incoherently. And then Marcus started the engine while I grabbed our phones and wallets. I didn't care about anything else. Just wanted out. The road was there, clear and obvious, just as it had been when we drove in. We reached the highway in 20 minutes. Ray woke up as we hit pavement. "Where's Jenny?" were his first words. We didn't answer, didn't know how to answer. We drove straight to the hospital in Ocala, told the doctors we'd had a carbon monoxide leak or something, that our friend had gone missing in the forest. They treated our wounds, ran tests, kept us overnight for observation. Everything came back normal except for sleep deprivation and the injuries we'd sustained. The police found Jenny 3 days later. She was sitting at our campsite, right by the cold fire pit, unharmed. No memory of what had happened after the first night. She said she'd woken up alone, waited for us to come back, but we never did. They found symbols carved in the trees, just like we'd described. Old, they said. Probably some kind of primitive trail markers or property boundaries. Nothing supernatural about them. The wounds healed. The scratches on my arm, the cuts on Marcus's face, the bruises, all faded within a few weeks. But I still have scars on my chest. 4 parallel lines that look like claw marks. They itch sometimes, especially at night when I'm trying to fall asleep. We don't talk about what happened. Not really. Ray moved to California. Jenny's in therapy trying to recover the lost days. Marcus and I are still together, but we don't camp anymore. Don't even go hiking. We stay in the city, in our apartment with lots of lights and neighbors close by. I still have the dreams sometimes, not every night, but often enough. Blue flames and a figure at the edge of the trees. Jenny screaming silently. Ray with his head turned backward. Marcus laughing that horrible laugh. And sometimes when I wake up, there are new scratches on my arms. New bruises on my skin. Small ones. Like reminders. Marcus has them too, though we don't discuss it. We just cover them up and go about our lives and pretend that what happened in Ocala National Forest was just a bad trip. Some weird mass hallucination, anything but what it actually was. But I know the truth. I know we didn't escape. Not really. Because sometimes late at night I hear Jenny's voice. Not from the phone, not from any device. Just there, in my head, speaking in that deep, wrong register. "You're still sleeping, Olivia. We're all still sleeping. And soon you'll dream with us forever." I look at Marcus, and I wonder if he's real. If this apartment is real. If I'm actually awake, or if I'm still lying on that forest floor, dreaming I escaped. The worst part is not knowing, never knowing for sure. I reach out and touch the scars on my chest. They're warm, warmer than the rest of my skin. Almost like something's moving beneath them. And every night when I close my eyes, I see that clearing, that fire, those black, empty eyes watching from the trees, waiting for me to fall asleep, waiting for me to come home. My name is Michael Green. I'm writing this down because I need to remember it correctly, need to get the sequence of events straight in my head before I lose track of what actually happened and what I read was going to happen. It's been 3 weeks since we left Ocala National Forest, and I still check the dates every morning when I wake up, just to make sure time is moving the way it's supposed to. We went down to Florida in late September, me and my wife Diane, along with our friends Tom and Linda Morrison. Tom and I worked together at an accounting firm in Atlanta. We'd been talking about taking our RVs out for a joint trip for over a year, but something always came up. Kids' schedules, work projects, the usual excuses. Finally, that fall we just committed to a week in Ocala National Forest. Diane had been stressed about her mother's declining health, and I thought getting away would be good for her. The drive down was fine. We caravanned, Tom and Linda in their Winnebago ahead of us, Diane and me in our slightly smaller Airstream. We'd rented spots at a place called Alexander Springs, decent facilities, not too crowded this time of year. The Forest Service campground was maybe 40% full when we arrived on a Thursday afternoon. I remember thinking it looked perfect. Tall pines, that distinctly Florida scrubland feel. Warm, but not oppressive. Our sites were next to each other, backing up to a trail that led deeper into the forest. Tom grilled burgers that first night while Linda and Diane caught up on gossip about people from the firm. Everything felt normal. Easy. Friday morning, I went for a hike alone. Diane wanted to sleep in, and Tom was still nursing his coffee, so I grabbed my water bottle and headed out on the trail behind our campsite. The path was well marked at first. Those blue blazes on the trees every 50 yards or so, but about a mile in, I noticed a smaller trail branching off to the right. No markings on it, just a clear deer path or something similar. I should have stayed on the main trail. I know that now. But at the time I was feeling good, wanted to explore a bit. The smaller path wound through thicker vegetation, and after maybe 15 minutes, I came to a small clearing. There was an old stump in the center, rotted through in places, and scattered around it were what looked like the remains of someone's camping gear from years ago. A rusted Coleman lantern, some frayed rope, part of a tarp. The diary was sitting on top of the stump. Not buried, not hidden. Just sitting there like someone had left it for me to find. It was one of those composition notebooks, black and white marble cover, slightly warped from moisture but not destroyed. I picked it up and flipped through it. The entries were handwritten in blue ink, neat cursive, and dated. The first date was that day. Friday, September 22nd. I opened to that page and started reading. Michael arrives at the clearing at 9:47 a.m. He finds this diary and reads these words. He will think about leaving it here, but will take it with him because he's curious. On his way back to camp, he will see a deer with a broken front leg. It will be standing in the middle of the path, not moving, just staring at him. He won't mention this to anyone. My hands went cold. I checked my watch. 9:51 a.m., 4 minutes ago. I looked around the clearing, suddenly aware of how quiet it had gotten. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just silence and the sound of my own breathing. I almost dropped the notebook right there. Almost. But I didn't, because whoever wrote this knew I wouldn't. I kept reading. That night at dinner, Tom will cut his hand while slicing vegetables. It won't be serious, but Linda will make a big deal about it, and Diane will mention that she's been having dreams about her mother dying. Michael will comfort her but won't sleep well. He'll wake up at 2:47 a.m. and look outside to see someone standing at the edge of the tree line just beyond the range of the camping lights. He won't be sure if he actually saw it or imagined it. I closed the notebook. My heart was pounding in a way that felt wrong, too fast and too hard. This had to be some kind of prank. Tom must have set this up somehow. He knew I liked to hike in the mornings, probably planted this diary on the trail. It would be exactly his kind of joke, elaborate and slightly mean-spirited. But Tom hadn't known I would take the side path. Hell, I hadn't known until I did it. I walked back to camp quickly, looking for that deer the whole way. I didn't want to see it, but I couldn't help looking. And there it was, maybe 20 yards from where the side trail met the main path. A doe with her left front leg bent at a wrong angle, just standing there in the middle of the trail. Not eating, not moving, staring directly at me with dark, expressionless eyes. I walked past it, giving it a wide berth. It didn't move, didn't even flinch. Back at the campsite, I shoved the diary into my backpack and didn't mention it. Diane was making pancakes on our camp stove, and Tom and Linda were arguing good-naturedly about whether to visit the spring that afternoon or drive into town for supplies. Everything was normal. That night, Tom cut his hand. It happened exactly like the diary said. He was chopping bell peppers for fajitas, the knife slipped, and he got his left palm. Not deep, but enough to bleed. Linda fussed over him, wrapping it in gauze, and Tom made jokes about workers' compensation for vacation injuries. We laughed. Then Diane said, "I've been having these dreams about Mom, that she's dying, just laying in her bed, calling for me, and I can't get to her." I put my arm around her. "Your mom's fine. She's in good care at the facility. You talked to her Tuesday, remember?" "I know," Diane said. "I know that logically. But the dreams feel so real." We finished dinner, cleaned up, sat around the campfire drinking beer and playing cards until around 10. Then everyone turned in for the night. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the diary, about the deer, about the impossibility of someone predicting such specific mundane details. Around 2 in the morning, I gave up on sleep and got out of bed quietly, trying not to wake Diane. I went to the small window near our dining table and looked outside. There was someone standing at the edge of the tree line. I couldn't make out features. It was too dark. and they were just beyond the reach of the light from the bathroom facility about 50 yards away. But there was definitely a human figure there, not moving, just standing, watching our campsite. I stared for maybe 30 seconds, my breath fogging the window. Then I blinked and the figure was gone. Just empty darkness between the trees. I checked my watch. 2:47 a.m. I spent the rest of the night in the recliner, the diary on my lap, reading by the light of my phone. There were entries for the next 4 days, each one more detailed than the last, each one describing things that seemed impossible to predict. Small things mostly. What people would say, what they would do. Little moments that meant nothing to anyone but us. Saturday's entry described our visit to Alexander Springs, including the fact that Linda would lose her sunglasses in the water, and Tom would dive down to find them but come up empty-handed. It mentioned that Diane would see a snake on the shore and freeze up, even though the snake would already be moving away. It said I would buy a postcard at the visitor center but not send it to anyone. All of that happened. Every single detail. Sunday's entry was darker. It said Tom would go for a walk after dinner and not come back until well after midnight. When he returned, he would seem different, distracted. He would claim he just lost track of time, but Linda would sense something was wrong. The entry said I would hear Tom and Linda arguing in their RV late that night, though I wouldn't be able to make out the words. Monday's entry made my stomach turn. Tom is not Tom anymore. He looks the same, sounds the same, but something is missing. Linda notices it first. She will pull Diane aside and say she thinks Tom is having an affair, or maybe is sick with something he won't talk about. But that's not what's wrong with Tom. What's wrong with Tom is that Tom isn't there anymore. Something else is using his shape. Tuesday's entry was worse. Michael will show Diane the diary. She won't believe him at first, will think it's an elaborate joke or that he's having some kind of breakdown. But then Tom will do something that proves the diary is real. He will hurt Linda, not seriously enough to require a hospital, but enough to scare her, enough to change everything. Tom will apologize, will seem confused by his own actions, but it will happen again, and again. Wednesday's entry was the last one with writing. It was just one sentence. They shouldn't have built the campground here. The rest of the pages were blank. Saturday unfolded exactly as predicted. We went to the springs. Linda lost her sunglasses. Diane saw the snake. I bought the postcard, a family photo of a manatee. I stood at the counter with a book of stamps in my hand and couldn't think of a single person I wanted to send it to. That night I couldn't eat dinner. I kept watching Tom, looking for signs that something was different about him, but he seemed fine. Maybe slightly quieter than usual. But Tom was always the type to have mood swings. He laughed at the right times, told the same kind of dumb jokes he always told. After dinner, he said he was going for a walk. Want company? Linda asked. Nah, I just need to clear my head. Been sitting too much. He kissed her on the cheek and headed off down the trail with a flashlight. We played Scrabble, the three of us. Linda won, like she always did. Around 9:30, she started glancing at her watch. By 10, she was calling Tom's cell phone, but it went straight to voicemail. No signal this deep in the forest. He probably just walked farther than he meant to, I said. You know Tom. He gets focused on something and loses track of time. He's been gone 3 hours, Michael. Diane gave me a look. Maybe we should go look for him. I didn't want to. I wanted to stay in the safe circle of light from our camp. Wanted to pretend that the diary was wrong, that Tom would come back any minute with some reasonable explanation. But Linda was scared, and Diane was right. We got our flashlights and followed the trail. It was darker than I expected, the canopy blocking out most of the moonlight. Our beams cut through the blackness, picking out trees and underbrush and nothing else. We called Tom's name. Our voices sounded small. We walked for maybe 45 minutes before turning back. No sign of him. Linda was trying not to cry. Should we call someone? Diane asked when we got back to camp. And say what? I said. That a grown man went for a walk and isn't back yet. They won't do anything until morning. We stayed up, keeping the fire going, waiting. Linda sat in one of our camp chairs with a blanket around her shoulders, not speaking. Around 12:30, we saw a flashlight beam coming up the trail. Tom emerged from the darkness, looking tired but uninjured. Jesus Christ, Tom. Linda stood up so fast her chair tipped over. Where the hell have you been? I'm sorry, I walked farther than I meant to. Lost track of time. He said it exactly the way the diary predicted he would. The exact words. We were worried sick. I know. I'm sorry. I just needed to think. Think about what? Tom looked at her, and for just a second I saw something in his expression that didn't match his words. Something flat and distant. Then it was gone. And he was Tom again, apologizing, hugging Linda, promising not to do it again. We all went to bed. I lay awake for a long time, listening to the sounds of the forest outside. Around 2 a.m, I heard voices from Tom and Linda's RV. Tom's low rumble, Linda's sharper tone, arguing about something. I couldn't make out the words, just the cadence of anger and defensiveness. The diary had been right about every single thing. Sunday, I woke up feeling like I hadn't slept at all. Diane was already up, making coffee. Tom and Linda were outside, sitting at the picnic table between our sites. Linda looked exhausted. Tom was reading something on his phone. Morning, I said, trying to sound normal. Linda barely acknowledged me. Tom looked up and smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Morning, Mike. Sleep okay? Not really. You? Like a rock. Linda made a small sound. Not quite a laugh, not quite a sob. He's lying. We were up half the night. Linda, no, Tom, don't. She turned to Diane and me. Can I talk to you, Diane? Privately? They walked off toward the bathroom facilities, leaving me alone with Tom. He went back to his phone. I poured coffee and tried to think of something to say. Everything okay with you two? I finally asked. She thinks I'm having an affair. Tom said it matter-of-factly without looking up. Are you? No. He set his phone down and looked at me directly. I'm not having an affair. I'm not sick. I'm not depressed. I just needed some time alone last night, and Linda's making it into this big thing. You were gone for 3 hours, man. She was scared. I know. He rubbed his face. I know. I'll make it up to her. But there was something wrong with the way he said it. Something too calculated, too rehearsed. Like he was reading lines from a script he didn't fully understand. Diane came back alone. Linda's pretty upset. She told me quietly. She thinks something's wrong with Tom. Says he's been acting strange all weekend. Has he? I don't know. He seems fine to me. Maybe a little quiet. I wanted to tell her about the diary. Wanted to show her the entry for tomorrow. The one that said Tom would hurt Linda. But it seemed insane. She'd think I was losing it. Instead, I said, maybe we should cut the trip short. Head home early. We've only been here 3 days. I know, but is this about Tom? Michael, if they're having problems, that's between them. We can't just abandon our vacation because they had a fight. She was right. Of course she was right. But the diary sat in my backpack like a stone, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we needed to leave this place before Monday. That night, Tom seemed to be trying extra hard to act normal. He made jokes, helped Linda with dinner, asked about our plans for the next day. But I couldn't stop watching him, looking for signs of whatever the diary said was wrong. And the more I watched, the more I saw little things that felt off. The way he held his fork, the timing of his laughter, the fact that he'd blink 3 or 4 times in rapid succession, then not blink at all for a full minute. Small things. Maybe I was imagining them. After dinner, I pulled Diane aside. I need to show you something. We went into our RV and I got the diary out of my backpack. I showed her Friday's entry, then Saturday's. Walked her through every prediction that had come true. She read it carefully, her expression shifting from skepticism to confusion to something that might have been fear. Where did you get this? I found it. On the trail. Friday morning. This is someone messing with us. Tom, probably. He knows you like weird stuff. Tom didn't know I'd take that side path. Nobody did. And look at the details, Diane. The exact time I found it. The deer with the broken leg. Linda's sunglasses. How would anyone know those things ahead of time? I don't know. She flipped to Monday's entry, read it. Tom is not Tom anymore? What does that mean? I don't know. But look at Tuesday. She read it. Her hands started shaking. Michael, this is sick. This is someone's sick joke. It's not a joke. Everything in here has happened exactly as written, everything. So what are you saying? That this diary predicts the future? That's impossible. I know it's impossible, but it's happening anyway. She looked at me for a long time. What do you want to do? I want to leave tonight, pack up and go home. We can't just... Yes, we can. We tell Tom and Linda we have a family emergency. We leave. And then what? If this thing is real, if it actually predicts the future, leaving won't change it. Tuesday's entry will still happen. She was right. I knew she was right, but I couldn't stay here anymore. Couldn't spend another night in this forest waiting for the next prediction to come true. We'll tell them in the morning, Diane said finally. Say we got a call about my mom. They'll understand. That night I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the chair by the window watching the tree line, waiting for that figure to appear again. It never did. But around 3 a.m, I heard something outside. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling our RV. I wanted to look out. Wanted to see who or what was out there, but I couldn't make myself move. The footsteps continued for maybe 5 minutes, then stopped. In the morning, I found a perfect circle of stones arranged around our campsite. Small white rocks, each one about the size of a golf ball, placed exactly 2 feet apart. They hadn't been there the night before. I kicked them apart before Diane woke up. We told Tom and Linda at breakfast that we needed to leave. Family emergency. Diane's mom. They were understanding, concerned, offered to come with us if we needed support. We declined, started packing up the RV. That's when things fell apart. Linda came over while Diane was inside and I was rolling up our awning. She looked terrible. Dark circles under her eyes, her hands shaking slightly. Michael, I need to talk to you. About Tom. What about him? Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. Last night after you guys went to bed, he hurt me. She pulled up her sleeve. There were bruises on her forearm, finger-shaped marks, dark purple against her pale skin. He grabbed me. We were arguing, and he just grabbed me and squeezed until I screamed. Then he let go and looked at his own hands like he didn't know what he'd done. He said it wasn't him, that he didn't mean to do it. My mouth went dry. Tuesday's entry. He will hurt Linda. You need to leave, I said. Come with us, right now. I can't just leave him here. Linda, listen to me. No, you listen. That's my husband. Something's wrong with him and I'm not abandoning him. I need you to help me figure out what's happening. I wanted to show her the diary, wanted to prove that I wasn't crazy, that I'd known this would happen. But what good would it do? The diary said it would happen again. Has he done anything else? Said anything strange? He keeps talking about the forest. Says he can hear it breathing. Says it's been waiting for us. She laughed, but it was a broken sound. He's scaring me, Michael. Tom appeared then, walking over from their RV. He looked normal, smiled at both of us. Hey, you guys need help packing? Linda stepped back from him. Just a small movement, but he noticed. What's wrong? Nothing, Linda said. I was just talking to Michael about his mother-in-law. Tom looked at her arm, at the bruises she'd shown me. Something flickered across his face. Recognition, maybe, or guilt. I'm sorry about last night, he said quietly. I don't know what came over me. It's fine. It's not fine. I hurt you. I never... He stopped, shook his head. This place is getting to me. Maybe we should leave too, all of us. We're already packed, I said. You guys should come with us. We can all head out together. Tom nodded slowly. Yeah, Yeah, okay, let me just pack up our stuff. Give me an hour. He walked back to their RV. Linda watched him go, her expression unreadable. We're leaving, she said. As soon as everything's packed. I don't care what he says. But we didn't leave. Because while Tom and Linda were packing, while Diane was inside finishing our preparations, I went back to the clearing where I'd found the diary. I don't know why. Maybe I thought there would be another entry, something that would explain what was happening. Or maybe I just needed to see it one more time, needed to confirm it was real. The clearing looked different in the morning light. Smaller somehow, less ominous. The old camping gear was still scattered around, but now I could see other things I'd missed before. More stones arranged in patterns, symbols carved into tree bark. And in the center of the stump where the diary had been, there was a message scratched into the wood. Thank you for reading. Now you're part of it too. I ran back to camp. My heart was hammering. Tom and Linda's RV was still there, but I didn't see either of them outside. Diane was securing the last of our supplies. Is everything okay? She asked, seeing my face. We need to go. Right now. Michael. Right now, Diane. I'll explain in the car. Where are Tom and Linda? I think they're still packing, Tom said. A scream cut through the air. Linda's voice coming from their RV. I ran. Didn't think, just ran. Burst through their door to find Linda on the floor, blood streaming from her nose. Tom was standing over her, his hands raised like he was about to strike again, but he was crying. Tears streaming down his face even as his hands formed fists. I can't stop, he said. His voice was his own, but wrong somehow. Mechanical. I can't stop. It's making me. Tom, step back. I move between him and Linda. It's in my head, Mike, ever since that walk. It got in my head and it won't let me go. He looked at his hands like they belonged to someone else. You have to stop me, please, before I really hurt her. Linda was sobbing on the floor. I helped her up, got her outside. Diane was there, and I pushed Linda toward her. Get her in our RV. Lock the door. Michael, what's... Just do it. I turned back to Tom. He was sitting on the floor now, his head in his hands. It's the forest, he said. It's alive. It's been alive this whole time, just waiting. And I let it in. What are you talking about? Sunday night. The walk. I went off the trail, found a cave. Something was inside. I thought it was a person at first, someone who needed help, but when I got close. He looked up at me and his eyes were wrong. The pupils too large, the whites threaded with thin black veins. It showed me things, Mike. Showed me what this place really is. What it wants. We're leaving. All of us. Right now. You can't leave. He said it with certainty. Once you've read the diary, you're part of it. It's already started with you too. That's not true. Check your hands. I looked down. My hands were shaking, not from fear, but with small involuntary spasms. Like something was testing the controls. It takes time, Tom said. Started with me Sunday night. I'd say you've got until tomorrow, maybe the day after. Then you won't be you anymore either. I backed toward the door. You're sick. You need help. I needed help 3 days ago. Now it's too late. I got out of the RV, slammed the door behind me. Diane and Linda were in our vehicle. Diane in the driver's seat with the engine running. I climbed in the passenger side. Drive, I said. What about Tom? He's not Tom anymore. Just drive. Diane pulled out, towing our RV toward the main road. I watched Tom and Linda's vehicle disappear behind us. In the side mirror, I could see Tom emerge from his RV. He just stood there watching us go. Not moving. Not waving. Just standing. We drove straight through to Atlanta. 15 hours with only brief stops for gas and food. Linda sat in the back, not speaking. When we finally pulled into our driveway just after midnight, she asked if she could stay with us. Her voice was small, broken. Of course, Diane said. We got Linda settled in the guest room, gave her something to help her sleep. Then Diane and I collapsed into bed, exhausted but too wired to actually rest. "What happened back there?" she asked. "What was wrong with Tom?" "I don't know." It was the truth. I didn't know. The diary had predicted that Tom would hurt Linda, but it hadn't explained why. Hadn't warned me that the same thing might happen to me. My hands were still shaking, small tremors that I couldn't control. "Michael, your hands, it's just stress, I'm fine." She didn't believe me. I could see it in her eyes. But she didn't push it. That was 3 weeks ago. Tom never came back from the forest. Linda filed a missing persons report, but the rangers who searched the area found nothing. His RV is still there, according to the last update. Empty. No sign of him anywhere. The shaking in my hands has gotten worse. It's spreading now, up my arms, into my shoulders. Sometimes I lose time. An hour here, 2 hours there. Diane says I go blank during those times. Just stare at nothing. When I come back, I have no memory of it. Yesterday, I found another diary. It was sitting on our kitchen counter when I woke up. Same black and white marble cover. Same blue ink. I opened it with shaking hands. The first entry was dated today. Michael knows he's changing. He can feel it happening, the way Tom felt it. Soon he won't be Michael anymore. He'll look the same, sound the same, but something else will be using his shape, using his memories, wearing his life like a costume. The second entry is dated tomorrow. Diane will notice. She'll try to help him, but it's too late. The forest doesn't let go once it has you. It's patient. It's been patient for a very long time. All it needs is for people to read the words, to become part of the story. There are more entries. I haven't read them all yet. I'm not sure I want to know. I'm writing this down now while I'm still me, while I still remember who I am and what happened, because soon I won't. Soon something else will be looking out through my eyes, speaking with my voice, living my life. Diane is sleeping in the next room. Linda is in the guest room downstairs. They're both safe for now. But the diary says that won't last. The diary says tomorrow I'll hurt Diane. The diary says I won't be able to stop myself. The diary is always right. I can hear something outside our window. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling the house. The same sound I heard that night in the forest. And I can hear something else too. A voice, low and rhythmic, like a chant or a prayer. It's coming from inside my own head. My hands aren't shaking anymore. They've stopped completely. They're waiting for instructions. I should wake Diane, should warn her, should tell her to take Linda and run far away from here. But I won't, because I'm already changing. I can feel it happening, like ice spreading through my veins, replacing everything I am with something else, something older, something patient. The forest doesn't need you to come to it, you just need to read the words, you just need to become part of the story. And once you're part of the story doesn't end. It just finds new readers. I'm going to leave this account somewhere it will be found. Maybe in a drawer, maybe online, maybe just sitting on a table in a coffee shop. Somewhere a curious person will pick it up and read it. Because that's what the diary says happens next. It says someone will read my words. Someone will wonder if any of it is real. And then they'll start noticing small things, coincidences, patterns. Time will start to feel wrong. They'll lose hours without realizing it. And somewhere, in a forest they've never been to, a diary with their name on it will be waiting. My name is Michael Green. Or at least it used to be. Now I'm not sure who I am anymore, but I know what I am. I'm the story. The story that keeps spreading, keeps finding new people to tell it through. The forest found me, changed me, and now I'm doing what it needs me to do. What Tom did before me, what countless others have done before him. We're all part of it now, all part of the forest's long, patient hunger. And if you've read this far, if you've made it to the end of my account, then you are too. Check your hands. Are they shaking? Story 2. My name is Rachel Adams. This happened in June of 2019 at a campground called Pinewood RV Park, about 40 miles outside of Spokane, Washington. I'm writing this down because people keep asking me what happened to Jen, and I don't know how many more times I can say it out loud. There were 4 of us. Me, Jennifer Hale, Marcus Chen, and his girlfriend Sarah Winters. We'd all gone to college together, and this was supposed to be our first reunion trip since graduation 3 years earlier. Marcus had just gotten promoted at his firm in Seattle. Sarah was finishing her residency in Portland. Jen had moved back to Spokane to help her mom after her dad died. I was teaching middle school English in Tacoma and desperately needed a break. The RV was Marcus's idea. He'd bought it the month before, a 2015 Winnebago, 26 feet. Decent condition except for some water damage around the back window. He was proud of it in that way men get proud of vehicles they probably overpaid for. Sarah had rolled her eyes when she told me about it over the phone, but she sounded happy. They seemed good together. We met at the campground on a Thursday afternoon. The place was half empty, which surprised me for early June. The woman at the check-in office was probably 70, with reading glasses on a chain and a sweater despite the heat. She took Marcus's information and didn't say much beyond directing us to spot 37, which was on the east loop, backing up to the tree line. The spot was level, which Marcus appreciated. He spent 20 minutes getting the RV positioned exactly right while the rest of us unloaded coolers and camping chairs. Jen had brought enough food to feed 10 people. Sarah had brought wine. I'd brought books I knew I wouldn't read, and a portable speaker that stayed in my bag the entire time. That first evening was good. We grilled hamburgers on the campground's fire pit. Marcus told stories about his boss, an older partner who apparently didn't understand how email worked. Sarah talked about a patient who'd come into the ER convinced he'd been poisoned by his neighbor's cat. Jen was quieter than I remembered her being in college, but she laughed at the right moments and asked questions that kept the conversation moving. It got dark around 9:30. The campground had those orange security lights spaced every 100 feet or so, but they didn't reach our spot very well. The trees blocked most of the ambient light. Marcus had strung up some LED lanterns around the awning, and we sat in that bubble of brightness while the forest pressed in around us. "It's really dark out here," Sarah said at one point. She was looking past the lanterns toward the trees. "That's kind of the point," Marcus said. He was on his 3rd beer and in an expansive mood. "I know. It's just darker than I expected." I knew what she meant. It wasn't the absence of light so much as the presence of something else. The darkness felt thick, almost textured. When I looked toward the trees, I couldn't distinguish individual trunks beyond the first few feet. Everything merged into a solid black wall. "There's supposed to be a trail back there," Jen said. "The woman at the office mentioned it. Loops around for about 3 miles. "We should hike it tomorrow," Marcus said. Nobody responded to that. We'd all driven several hours to get here, and I think we were all feeling the specific exhaustion that comes from traveling, and then immediately trying to relax in an unfamiliar place. We stayed up until midnight, which felt late, but probably wasn't. I was in the middle of telling a story about one of my students when the first rumble of thunder rolled across the sky. "Shit," Marcus said. "I didn't check the weather. The storm came on fast. We'd barely gotten inside the RV when the rain started, heavy drops that sounded like gravel on the aluminum roof. The wind picked up, rocking the RV slightly on its suspension. Marcus went around checking windows while Sarah helped Jen pack away the food we'd left outside. I stood at the back window watching the storm. The lightning was constant, bright enough to throw stark shadows of the trees against the ground. During one flash, I saw how close the forest actually was, maybe 20 feet from the RV's rear bumper. In the next moment of darkness, those 20 feet felt like nothing at all. "This is intense," Sarah said. She'd come to stand beside me. The thunder was nearly continuous now, less like individual claps and more like a sustained roar. Between strikes, I could hear the rain hammering the roof, and the wind making the whole vehicle shudder. Then the lightning hit something close. Close enough that the thunder was immediate, a physical force that I felt in my chest. The lights in the RV flickered and went out. In the sudden darkness, someone yelped. I think it was Jen. "Everyone okay?" Marcus's voice tight with adrenaline. "Yeah," I said. Sarah echoed me. "Jen?" "I'm fine. Jesus Christ, that was close." Marcus fumbled with his phone, using the flashlight to navigate to the breaker panel. I'll try to reset it, but we might be out until morning if something's actually fried. He flipped switches while the rest of us stood in the dark, phones out, casting weird overlapping shadows. The lights didn't come back on. Might be the campground's electrical, he said. Could be they lost power. We looked out the windows. The other RVs in sight. There were maybe 3 or 4 visible. Were also dark. Nothing we can do about it tonight, Sarah said. Let's just sleep. The sleeping arrangements were awkward. Marcus and Sarah took the bedroom in the back. Jen got the fold-out couch in the living area. I'd brought a sleeping bag and claimed the floor space beside her. It wasn't comfortable, but I'd slept in worse places. The storm continued for another hour. I lay in my sleeping bag listening to the rain and the wind and the creaking of the RV. At some point I dozed off. I woke to voices, not conversation, just fragments, words without context. I heard Marcus say something about coffee, then Sarah's voice, too distant to make out, a laugh that might have been Jen's. I opened my eyes. The RV was still dark. Rain still fell, lighter now, a steady patter rather than a downpour. I checked my phone. 4:47 a.m. Can't believe you didn't check. Sarah's voice, clearer now. I said I was sorry. Marcus, defensive. I started to sit up to ask what they were arguing about when I realized something. Their voices were coming from outside. I lay still, listening. Sarah said something else, too muffled to understand. Marcus responded. They seemed to be having a conversation, but I couldn't imagine why they'd be outside in the rain at nearly 5 in the morning. I unzipped my sleeping bag as quietly as possible and moved to the window. The rain had left everything coated in water that reflected what little light came from the cloudy sky. I could see the tree line, the picnic table, the dead fire pit. I couldn't see Marcus or Sarah, but I could still hear them. Don't even know where we are. Sarah's voice floating from somewhere in the darkness. We're at the campground, Marcus irritated. Same place we fell asleep. Their voices seemed to come from different directions. Sarah's from the left, near the trees. Marcus's from somewhere to the right, past where our car was parked. I stood at the window for several minutes waiting for them to come into view. They never did. Their conversation continued, fragments and pauses, words that almost made sense but didn't quite form a coherent exchange. Then Jen spoke and I nearly screamed. "Rachel? Are you awake?" Her voice came from behind me. I turned. She was sitting up on the couch, hair messed from sleep, looking at me with groggy confusion. "I'm awake," I said. My mouth felt dry. "Did you hear that?" she asked. "Hear what?" "The voices. Marcus and Sarah. They're outside," I said, even though I wasn't sure that was true anymore. Jen got up and joined me at the window. We stood there together, looking out at the wet darkness. The voices had stopped. "Maybe they went for a walk," Jen said, but she didn't sound convinced. We waited. Nothing moved outside. The rain continued its steady rhythm on the roof. "Should we check on them?" I asked. Before Jen could answer, the bedroom door opened. Marcus emerged, squinting in the darkness, wearing boxer shorts and a t-shirt. "What's going on?" he asked. His voice was thick with sleep. I looked at Jen. She looked at me. "We heard you outside," Jen said. "You and Sarah." "I've been asleep," Marcus said. He looked past us toward the window, then back at the bedroom. "Sarah's still in bed." My skin prickled. "We both heard you. You were having a conversation." "I'm telling you, I was asleep until just now." He moved past us to the window, looking out. "What did you hear?" "Your voices," I said. "Sarah was talking about not knowing where we were." "You said we were at the campground." Marcus stared at me. In the dim light from our phones, his face looked strange, almost unfamiliar. "I didn't say that." "Then who did?" Jen asked. None of us had an answer to that. Sarah emerged from the bedroom a few minutes later, woken by our voices. She confirmed she'd been asleep. Marcus told her what Jen and I had heard. She listened with her arms crossed, frowning. You probably dreamed it, she said to me. Thunder can cause weird dreams. Jen heard it too, I pointed out. Sarah looked at Jen. Did you actually hear words or just voices? Jen hesitated. I thought I heard you guys talking. There you go, Sarah said. Suggestion. Rachel woke up, thought she heard something, and said something that made you think you heard it too. It was a rational explanation. I wanted to believe it, but I knew what I'd heard. And the memory of those voices, perfectly clear, perfectly normal, coming from nowhere, made something cold settle in my stomach. We didn't go back to sleep. Marcus tried the electrical again. Still nothing. We sat in the RV as the sky slowly lightened, drinking warm beer because the fridge wasn't working, not talking much. Around 7, Marcus and I walked to the check-in office. It was open, the old woman behind the desk working on a crossword puzzle. Power's out, Marcus said. I know, she said without looking up. Any idea when it'll be back? Could be today, could be tomorrow. Storm knocked out a transformer somewhere up the line. They're working on it. Is there somewhere we can charge our phones? She gestured to an outlet behind the desk. You can use that one, but there's no cell service out here anyway. Storm or no storm. I'd noticed that. My phone had shown 1 bar when we arrived, but by evening it had dropped to nothing. I'd assumed it was just the location, deep in the forest, surrounded by hills. Now I wondered if the storm had knocked out a tower. There's a payphone outside if you need to make a call, the woman added. A payphone, Marcus repeated. That's right. We charged our phones for an hour, sitting in the musty office while the woman did her crossword and occasionally helped other campers who came in with questions or complaints. Most were checking out. The storm and the power outage had dampened their enthusiasm. When we got back to the RV, Jen and Sarah were outside. They'd gotten the fire pit going and were attempting to make coffee in a pot balanced on the grate. It was a nice morning, cool and damp, with mist hanging in the trees. We should hike that trail, Sarah said. Get out of here for a while. I wasn't enthusiastic, but I didn't have a better idea. We ate granola bars for breakfast, packed some water and snacks, and followed the trail marker into the woods. The path was clear enough, marked with small wooden posts every 50 feet or so. It wound through thick stands of pine and fir, occasionally opening onto small clearings. Everything was wet from the storm, the ground soft, branches dripping. We walked in a line, Marcus leading, then Sarah, then Jen, with me bringing up the rear. Nobody talked much. The forest was quiet. No birds, no wind. Just the sound of our feet on the muddy trail and water dripping from the trees. About a mile in, Marcus stopped. Did you hear that? We all froze, listening. Hear what? Sarah asked. Someone said something. I didn't hear anything, Jen said. We stood there for a full minute. Nothing but the drip, drip, drip of water. Must have been a bird or something, Marcus said, but he looked uneasy. We kept walking. The trail climbed steadily uphill, our breathing getting heavier. My legs were already tired. I wasn't in good shape for this. Then I heard it. My own voice, faint but distinct, coming from somewhere off the trail to my left. Don't know what happened to her. I stopped walking. Jen bumped into me. Rachel? I held up a hand for her to be quiet. We listened. My voice came again. Same words. Same inflection. Don't know what happened to her. Did you guys hear that? I asked. Marcus and Sarah had stopped ahead of us. They turned back. Hear what? Sarah asked. My voice, saying. I trailed off, realizing how crazy it sounded. What did it say? Jen asked. She looked frightened. I repeated the words. I don't know what happened to her. Who's her? Marcus asked. I don't know, it was just... That's what it said. Sarah crossed her arms. This again. I heard it, I insisted. Echoes, Sarah said. Sound carries weird in forests. Maybe you said something earlier and it's bouncing around or something. That's not how echoes work, Marcus said. Then what is it? Sarah's voice was sharp. Nobody answered. We stood on the trail, the four of us, looking at each other and not quite making eye contact. "Let's keep going," Jen finally said. We walked for another 20 minutes. The trail leveled out, following the contour of a hillside. Through the trees to our right, I could see down into a valley thick with forest, no signs of roads or buildings. That's when Sarah heard it. She stopped suddenly, her hand coming up. "Wait!" Her voice, distant but clear, drifted through the trees. "We should go back." We all heard it this time. No possibility of imagination or suggestion. It was Sarah's voice, exact in tone and cadence, coming from somewhere ahead on the trail. "What the fuck?" Marcus said quietly. Sarah's face had gone pale. "That's not me." The voice came again. "We should go back." Same words, same delivery, like a recording played on loop. "We're going back," Jen said. She was already turning around. "Wait," Marcus said, but there wasn't much conviction in it. "No," Sarah said. "She's right. Something's wrong here." We retraced our steps, moving faster now, not quite running, but close. My heart hammered in my chest. The trail seemed longer than before. Every sound made me flinch. Branches creaking, water dripping, our own footsteps. We were maybe halfway back when we heard Jen's voice ahead of us. "I can't find the trail." But Jen was right behind me. I could hear her breathing, ragged and scared. "I can't find the trail." The voice repeated, coming from around a bend in the path. We stopped. For a long moment, nobody moved. "This is fucked," Marcus said. "Let's just get back to the RV," I said. "We can figure this out there." We kept moving, faster now. The voices continued, appearing randomly from different directions, fragments of conversations we hadn't had yet or had had hours ago or would have tomorrow. Marcus's voice talking about leaving, Sarah asking where I'd gone, my voice saying Jen's name over and over. By the time we reached the campground, we were practically running. The RV looked exactly as we'd left it. The fire still smoldered in the pit. Our camping chairs sat in a circle under the awning. Everything normal. Everything wrong. We went inside and locked the door, which was absurd but felt necessary. "What the hell is happening?" Jen asked. She was crying, tears running down her face without sound. "I don't know," I said. Marcus was pacing in the small space, 3 steps one way, 3 steps back. "It's like something is recording us and playing it back." "Playing it back wrong," Sarah added. She sat on the couch, her hands shaking. "We should leave," Jen said. "Just pack up and leave." "The RV needs electrical hookup to charge the house battery," Marcus said. "And the power's out. We won't have lights and the engine battery is probably low from running the radio yesterday." "So we're trapped," Jen said. "We're not trapped," Sarah said, but she didn't sound sure. We spent the rest of the day in the RV. We tried to stay rational, to find explanations. Maybe it was some kind of military experiment. Maybe the storm had done something to the atmosphere. Maybe we'd all been exposed to something in the water. Every theory sounded more ridiculous than the last. The voices continued, randomly, unpredictably. Sometimes minutes would pass with nothing. Then suddenly one of our voices would echo from outside, saying something mundane or strange or terrifying. Around 4 p.m., Marcus decided to walk to the check-in office. "I'm going to use the payphone," he said. "Call someone. Tell them what's happening." "Who are you going to call?" Sarah asked. "I don't know. The police, the Park Service, and tell them what? That the forest is talking in our voices? You have a better idea?" She didn't. Marcus left. We watched him walk across the campground toward the main road. He looked small and alone, a single figure against the vast backdrop of trees. 20 minutes passed, then 30, then an hour. "He should be back by now," Sarah said. She'd been tracking time on her phone. "Maybe he had to wait for the office to open," I suggested, though I wasn't sure what hours they kept. "Maybe." We waited. The sun tracked across the sky, sinking toward the trees. Shadows grew longer. At 6 p.m., Sarah stood up. I'm going to look for him. Don't, Jen said. Something's wrong. You know something's wrong. He's my boyfriend, Sarah said. I can't just sit here. I wanted to argue, but I understood. I'll come with you. No, Jen said. Don't leave me alone. Then come with us, I said. I can't. She was crying again. I can't go back out there. Sarah and I looked at each other. Without speaking, we came to an agreement. We'd go together. Jen would stay in the RV with the doors locked. If we're not back in an hour, Sarah said. I don't know. Do something. Jen nodded, still crying. Outside, the evening air was cool and damp. The sun sat low on the horizon, painting everything in shades of gold and shadow. The campground was quiet. Most of the other RVs had left. I could see maybe 3 still parked in distant spots, but no signs of people. We walked toward the check-in office, following the loop road. Our footsteps crunched on gravel. Neither of us spoke. The office was closed, a sign hanging in the window. Back in 30 minutes. But the lights were off, and when I cupped my hands to look through the glass, I couldn't see anyone inside. The payphone hung on the outside wall. Sarah picked up the receiver, listened, then hung up. Dead, she said. We looked around. The campground stretched out in both directions, loops and spurs of RV spots disappearing into the trees. No sign of Marcus. No sign of anyone. Marcus, Sarah called. Her voice echoed back wrong, the syllables jumbled. Marcus, the echo said, turning his name into something hissing and long. Sarah's face went tight. Let's check the bathrooms. We walked to the shower building, a concrete structure with peeling paint. The door stood open. Inside, the smell of mildew and bleach. Empty stalls, silent showers. No Marcus. Where the hell is he? Sarah said. We searched for another 20 minutes, calling his name, checking every building and behind every parked RV. Nothing. The sun was nearly down when we made our way back to our spot. The walk felt different in the fading light. The trees pressed closer. The shadows moved wrong, independent of the breeze. When we rounded the corner to spot 37, we both stopped. Marcus stood beside the RV. Relief flooded through me so intensely I felt dizzy. Sarah ran toward him. Where were you? We've been looking everywhere for... She stopped mid-sentence, maybe 10 feet from him. I caught up, breathing hard. Marcus, what happened? Did you make the call? He didn't answer. He just stood there, facing the RV, completely still. Marcus? Sarah's voice was quiet now, uncertain. He turned to look at us. His movements were smooth, but somehow wrong, like a video played at slightly the wrong speed. When he smiled, it was Marcus's smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. I couldn't find the office, I wrote what he said. His voice was flat, affectless. Yes, you did, Sarah said. We just came from there. It's closed, but we saw it. I couldn't find it, he repeated. Same words, same flat tone. Sarah took a step back. What's wrong with you? Marcus tilted his head, still smiling. Nothing's wrong. I'm back now. Where did you go? I asked. Into the trees, he said. I heard someone calling. I thought it was you. We didn't call you, Sarah said. Someone did. His smile widened. They said my name, over and over. Marcus, Marcus, Marcus. The repetition made my skin crawl. This wasn't Marcus. Something was using his face, his voice, but the person inside was gone or buried or replaced. We need to go inside, I said to Sarah. Now. Marcus, come inside with us, Sarah said. She was trying to keep her voice steady. He didn't move. I like it out here. It's quiet. Please, Sarah said. You should come out here with me, Marcus said. It's better out here. No, I said. I grabbed Sarah's arm and pulled her toward the RV. She resisted for a moment, then let me guide her. At the door, we both looked back. Marcus still stood in the same spot, smiling, watching us. As we climbed the steps, he raised one hand in a slow wave. Inside, Jen sat on the couch, hugging her knees. She looked up when we entered. "Where's Marcus?" she asked. "Outside," Sarah said. Her voice was shaking. "Why isn't he coming in?" "Because he's not Marcus anymore," I said. Jen stared at me. "What?" We told her what happened. With each detail, her face grew paler. When we finished, she got up and went to the window. "He's still there," she said. "Just standing." We all looked. Marcus, or the thing wearing Marcus, stood exactly where we'd left him. As we watched, he turned in a slow circle, his head tilted up as if studying the sky. "We have to leave," Jen said. "Right now, even without the battery charged. We just drive." "The engine battery might not turn over," Sarah said. "Marcus said—" "Fuck what Marcus said," Jen snapped. "That's not Marcus." She was right. We gathered what we could: phones, wallets, water bottles. Sarah grabbed the keys from where Marcus had left them on the counter. "What if he tries to stop us?" Jen asked. "We go around him," I said. "Don't talk to him. Don't touch him. Just get in the car." The car, Sarah's Honda, was parked about 20 feet from the RV. We'd have to pass close to where Marcus stood, but not too close. It was doable. We opened the RV door as quietly as possible. Marcus didn't turn around. He was still looking at the sky, his head bent at an angle that would hurt a normal person's neck. We climbed down the steps. The gravel crunched under our feet. Marcus rotated toward the sound, his movement still wrong, too smooth. "Leaving?" he asked. We didn't answer. We moved as a group toward the car, keeping our distance from him. "You can't leave," he said. His voice had changed, deeper now, with something underneath it. "Not yet." Sarah unlocked the car with the key fob. The chirp sounded impossibly loud in the quiet evening. Marcus took a step toward us. "Get in," I said. We scrambled for the doors. I got in the back seat with Jen. Sarah dove into the driver's seat and jammed the key into the ignition. Marcus was walking toward us now, not hurrying, but purposeful. "Start the car," Jen said. "Please start the car." Sarah turned the key. The engine cranked once, twice. Didn't catch. "Come on," she said through clenched teeth. Marcus was 10 feet away. She turned the key again. The engine caught, rumbled to life. She threw it into reverse and hit the gas. We shot backward, tires spraying gravel. Marcus lunged forward, his hand slapping against the passenger window. The impact left a smear of something dark on the glass. Sarah cranked the wheel, putting the car into drive. We fishtailed on the loose gravel, then straightened out, accelerating toward the campground exit. I looked back through the rear window. Marcus stood in the middle of the road, watching us go. Even from a distance, I could see his smile. We made it to the main road and turned toward what we hoped was civilization. The road was narrow, winding through dense forest. The headlights carved tunnels through the darkness. "Is he following?" Sarah asked, eyes on the rearview mirror. I turned to look. The road behind us was empty. "No," I said. "Where's the nearest town?" Jen asked. "I don't know," Sarah said. 40 miles, maybe less. We drove in silence. The road seemed to go on forever, nothing but trees and more trees. No other cars, no lights, just the endless stretch of asphalt and our headlights pushing back the darkness. After maybe 20 minutes, Sarah spoke. "Why does this feel wrong?" "What do you mean?" I asked. "The road. We came in from the north, right? This should be taking us back that way." "It is," Jen said. "Then why does it feel like we're going deeper?" I looked out the window. The trees pressed closer to the road here, branches overhanging, creating a tunnel effect. It did feel wrong, like we were descending rather than climbing out. "Maybe we took a wrong turn," I suggested. "There haven't been any turns," Sarah said. She was right. The road had been straight, or as straight as a forest road ever is. No intersections, no side roads. Just this single ribbon of asphalt running through the dark. "We should see something soon," Jen said. "A house, a gas station, something." We didn't. Another 10 minutes passed. Then Sarah slowed the car. "What's wrong?" I asked. She pointed ahead. The road ended. Not at an intersection or a gate, but simply ended. The asphalt stopped, giving way to dirt and grass, and beyond that, trees. "That's not possible," Jen said. Sarah pulled the car to a stop. We sat there, engine idling, staring at the impossible dead end. "We'll turn around," Sarah said. She sounded like she was trying to convince herself. "Go back to the campground. Take the other direction." She started to execute a 3-point turn in the narrow road. That's when the headlights swept across the trees and we saw them. Figures, standing among the trunks. Dozens of them, watching. They looked human from a distance. But as the headlights moved and shadows shifted, I caught details that didn't fit. Limbs too long, heads tilted at wrong angles, mouths that opened too wide. "Drive," I said. "Just drive." Sarah completed the turn, flooring it back the way we came. The figures didn't move. They just watched as we fled. The drive back felt faster. The road that had seemed endless now flew past. Within minutes, we saw the entrance to the campground. Sarah didn't slow down. She drove past it. "What are you doing?" Jen asked. "We can't go back there," Sarah said. "But the other direction doesn't go anywhere. You saw it." We continued on. The road stretched ahead, still winding, still empty. Time became hard to track. My phone said it was 8:30, then 9, then 10. The numbers didn't feel real. Around what my phone claimed was 11 p.m., we saw lights ahead. Actual electric lights glowing warm and yellow. "Thank God," Sarah said. As we got closer, the lights resolved into shapes. Buildings, a gas station, a diner, a small cluster of civilization in the forest. Sarah pulled into the gas station and parked next to a pump. We sat there for a moment, not moving, not speaking. The normalcy of the place felt like a hallucination. "Should we get out?" Jen asked. "I think we have to," I said. We climbed out of the car. The air felt different here, warmer, more humid. The gas station looked old but maintained, the kind of place that had been standing since the 50s and would probably be here in another 50 years. A bell chimed as we pushed through the door. Inside, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Aisles of snacks and automotive supplies. A counter with a register. Behind it, a man in his 60s wearing a flannel shirt. "Evening," he said. He had a kind face, weathered and lined. "Hi," Sarah said. Her voice sounded strange, too loud after the long silence. "You folks lost?" "We're trying to get to Spokane," I said. "We were camping at Pinewood RV Park." His expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. "Pinewood, that's about 20 miles back." "We know," Jen said. "But the road. Something's wrong with the road." "Wrong how?" We tried to explain. The dead end, the figures, how the road seemed to loop. He listened without interrupting. When we finished, he nodded slowly. "The storm do this?" he asked. "We don't know," Sarah said. "Maybe. It started after the storm." He reached under the counter and pulled out a road map, unfolding it on the surface. His finger traced a line. "This is where you are. Pinewood's here. The road should go straight through, no dead ends." "But it does," I insisted. "We drove to the end." "I believe you," he said. "But that doesn't change what should be there." "Can you help us?" Sarah asked, "and we need to get out of here. Something's wrong at that campground." "Wrong," he repeated, as if tasting the word. "Yes, I expect something is wrong." He folded the map and slid it across the counter toward us. "Take this. Head east from here. Don't go back to Pinewood. You understand? Don't go back." "Where will east take us?" I asked. "Eventually somewhere else. Might take a while." "How long is a while?" He smiled, and it wasn't comforting. "Depends on what's following you." We left the gas station with the map and a sense of dread that felt like stones in my stomach. The man's words echoed in my head. "Depends on what's following you." We got back in the car. Sarah studied the map under the dome light. East is back the way we came. We have to go past the campground entrance. He said don't go back, Jen reminded her. I know, we won't turn in. We'll just drive past. It took 10 minutes to reach the campground entrance. As we approached, I could see our RV from the road, illuminated by someone's exterior lights. A figure stood beside it. Marcus, or what used to be Marcus. He was facing the road, his head tracking our car as we passed. Through the window, I saw his smile. Then he waved. We drove on, past the campground, following the road east. It climbed into the hills, switchbacking through the forest. The trees here were older, taller, their trunks massive and dark. The road looks different, Jen said. She was right. The asphalt had given way to packed dirt. I didn't remember it changing, it had just was. Should we turn around? Sarah asked. And go where? I said. We continued. The road narrowed, became rougher. Branches scraped the sides of the car. We were barely moving now, Sarah navigating carefully around rocks and ruts. Then ahead, we saw lights again. Not electric this time. Firelight. A campfire burning in a small clearing beside the road. Sarah stopped the car. We stared at the fire. Someone sat beside it, a dark shape against the flames. We should go around, Jen said. There's no room, Sarah said. The road here was hemmed in by trees on both sides, barely wide enough for the car. So we turn around. And go back to Marcus? Nobody had a good answer to that. The figure beside the fire stood up, walked toward the car. As they got closer, the firelight revealed features. A woman, maybe 40, wearing jeans and a jacket. She stopped a few feet from the driver's side window. Sarah cracked it open. You folks lost? The woman asked. Her voice was normal, concerned, human. We're trying to find the highway, Sarah said. You're pretty far off track. This road doesn't go anywhere useful. We were told to go east, I said from the back seat. The woman peered past Sarah, looking at me. East. Who told you that? A man at a gas station. What gas station? Back that way, about half an hour. She was quiet for a moment. Then, there's no gas station back that way, not for 60 miles. My stomach dropped. But we were just there, Sarah said. We talked to a man. He gave us a map. Let me see it. Sarah handed the map through the window. The woman unfolded it, held it up to catch the firelight. Her frown deepened. This map is wrong, she said. These roads, half of them don't exist, and Pinewood RV Park closed 15 years ago. That's where we were camping, Jen said. We checked in yesterday. The woman handed the map back. I don't know what to tell you, but if I were you, I'd turn this car around and get back to the main road. Don't trust anyone you meet out here. Don't follow directions from strangers. What's happening, Yane? I asked. Please, if you know something. I don't know, she said. But these woods do strange things sometimes, especially after big storms. People get lost. Roads go places they shouldn't. You need to get out while you can. How? Sarah asked. The woman pointed back the way we'd come. Turn around, go west. Don't stop at Pinewood. Don't stop anywhere, just drive until you hit the highway. What about the dead end? I asked. What dead end? The road west ends. We saw it. The woman's face went pale. Then you're in deeper than I thought. Listen carefully. When you reach that dead end, get out of the car, walk into the trees, find the trail. There's always a trail. Follow it until you see daylight. Don't look back, don't listen to voices. And if you see anyone you know, anyone at all, it's not them. Understand? We nodded, not understanding at all. Go, she said. Now. Sarah didn't argue. She executed a careful 3-point turn and started back west. When I looked through the rear window, the woman and her fire had vanished. The clearing was dark and empty. We drove in silence. The road improved, dirt becoming gravel, gravel becoming asphalt. We passed the campground entrance. Marcus still stood by the RV. This time he didn't wave. 10 minutes later, We reached the dead end. The road stopped just as before, asphalt giving way to grass and trees. Sarah turned off the engine. I guess we walk. We got out of the car. The forest pressed close, dark and deep. I couldn't see any trail, couldn't see anything but trees and shadows. Which way? Jen asked. Straight ahead, I said, because that's what the woman had implied. Into the trees. Find the trail. We walked into the forest. Within 10 steps, the car disappeared behind us, swallowed by darkness. We used our phones for light, the beams cutting weak pathways through the trees. I don't know how long we walked. It could have been minutes or hours. Time felt broken here, like the road, like the maps. We moved through a world that didn't follow normal rules. Then Jen found the trail. A narrow dirt path, barely visible, winding between the trees. This way, she said. We followed it. The path climbed steadily upward. My legs burned, my lungs ached. But I kept moving because stopping felt dangerous in a way I couldn't articulate. Then we heard the voices. Our voices. Sarah's voice came from ahead. Keep going. Marcus's voice from behind. Don't leave me. Jen's voice from everywhere. I can't find the trail. My own voice. Speaking words I'd said hours ago or days ago or would say tomorrow. Something's wrong with the road. We walked faster. The voices grew louder, overlapping, creating a cacophony of echoes and whispers and screams. I put my hands over my ears, but I could still hear them. Could still hear myself begging and crying and laughing. Through the trees ahead, I saw light. Not firelight or electric light, but daylight. Dawn breaking through the branches. There! I shouted. We ran. The voices chased us, a chorus of our own fear and desperation given sound. Behind us, I heard footsteps, heavy, multiple, getting closer. The light grew brighter. We burst through the tree line and we were standing on a paved road. A real road, with lane markings and a guardrail. Beyond it, a valley spread out under the rising sun. In the distance, I could see a town, buildings and streets, and the promise of normalcy. Sarah bent over, hands on her knees, gasping. Jen was crying. I just stood there, looking back at the forest. The trees looked ordinary in the daylight. Just trees. Nothing moving, nothing watching. The voices had stopped. Did that actually happen? Jen asked. None of us answered. A car appeared on the road, heading toward us. It slowed, stopped. An elderly couple looked out with concern. You girls okay? The man asked. Car trouble. We got lost, Sarah said. We were camping and got lost. Where's your vehicle? Back there. Sarah gestured vaguely toward the forest. We had to walk. The couple exchanged glances. The woman spoke up. There's no campground back there, just wilderness. Closest one is about 50 miles north. We were at Pinewood, I said. Pinewood? The man frowned. Pinewood burned down years ago. Whole place. Some kind of electrical fire during a storm. Nobody goes back there. We stood on the side of the road looking at these nice, normal people in their nice, normal car, and I didn't know what to say. How do you explain that you spent the night in a place that doesn't exist, running from something that wore your friend's face? The couple gave us a ride to the town, a small place called Riverside. They dropped us at a diner and we called Jen's mom to come get us. While we waited, we tried to piece together what happened. Marcus is still there, Sarah said at one point. She hadn't stopped crying since we got in the couple's car. Or something that looks like Marcus. We don't know that, I said, but I did know it. We all did. Jen's mom arrived around noon. She hugged us all, asked questions we couldn't answer, and drove us back to Spokane. We filed a missing person report for Marcus. Told the police we'd gotten separated, that he'd wandered off and we couldn't find him. They said they'd search, but I could tell they thought we were hiding something. The search teams found the campground, or what was left of it. Burned ruins, just like the old couple had said. They found our RV, or what looked like our RV. It was rusted, ancient, like it had been sitting there for decades. The serial number didn't match. The license plate was from 1987. They never found Marcus. That was 4 months ago. I'm writing this because Sarah disappeared last week. She'd been getting worse since we got back. Not sleeping, not eating, saying she could still hear the voices. Her roommate said she left in the middle of the night and didn't come back. Jen won't talk to me anymore. When I call, she hangs up. Once, before she blocked my number, she told me it was my fault for suggesting the camping trip. Maybe she's right. I still hear the voices sometimes. Usually at night when I'm alone in my apartment. My own voice, echoing from somewhere I can't locate, saying things I don't remember saying. Sometimes it tells me things that haven't happened yet. Sometimes it just calls my name. Last night, I heard Marcus. His voice came through the wall of my bedroom asking where Sarah went. I didn't answer. I lay in bed with my eyes open, waiting for morning, trying not to listen. The voice asked again, "Where did Sarah go?" I think it already knows. I think it's been waiting for her to come back, just like it's waiting for me. I don't know how long I can keep ignoring it. The worst part is, sometimes when I'm talking to people, at work, at the grocery store, anywhere, I catch them giving me this look, like they heard something in my voice that shouldn't be there, like something else is speaking through me, something that learned my words and is using them wrong. I bought a voice recorder last week. I've been recording myself, listening back, trying to catch whatever they're hearing. Most of the time it sounds normal, but sometimes there's this echo underneath my words. Faint, but there. My voice layered with something else, syllables bleeding together. Yesterday I recorded myself saying, "I'm okay," and when I played it back, the echo said, "Come back." I don't think I'm going to make it much longer. I can feel the pull, like the forest is a magnet and I'm made of iron. Every day it gets stronger. I dream about the campground, about walking into those trees. In the dreams, Marcus is waiting. Sarah is waiting. Even Jen is there, though I know she's still alive. I think she's still alive. They're all smiling, standing at the edge of the tree line. When I ask them what happened, they say the same thing. We came back. I'm writing this down so there's a record. So if I disappear, someone will know what happened. Though I'm not sure that helps anyone. If you're reading this and you're planning to go camping in the forests around Spokane, don't. If you're already there and you hear a storm coming, leave. And if you start hearing voices, your own voice echoing back wrong, run. Don't wait to understand it. Don't try to explain it. Just run. And don't stop running until you hit pavement and lights and people who don't look at you like they hear something you don't. I don't think I'm going to run. I think tonight, when the voice calls me again, I'm going to answer. I think I'm going to go back. After all, Marcus and Sarah are waiting, and something in those trees knows my name. It's been calling me for months now, patient and persistent. It knows I'll come eventually. Everyone comes back. The echo always catches up. Story 3. My name is Dean Harper. I live off-grid in northern Idaho, about 40 miles from the nearest town, in what used to be an RV camping site near the Salmon River. 2 weeks ago, something started watching me, and it wore a man's face. I need to write this down while I still remember what's real, while I can still tell the difference. I bought the property 3 years ago, 5 acres with an old concrete pad where someone had run a small RV park back in the 70s. The place went under when they built the highway 20 miles east. By the time I found it, the office was a rotted shell, and the hookup posts were rusted through. Perfect for someone who wanted to disappear. I'm not running from the law or anything dramatic like that. I just got tired. Tired of people, tired of noise, tired of pretending I gave a shit about quarterly reports and traffic, and the couple in the apartment above mine who fought every Thursday night like clockwork. My sister called it a breakdown. I called it clarity. I sold everything, bought a 30-foot Airstream, and drove until I found this place. The realtor, a guy named Chuck who smelled like cigarettes and showed up in a pickup with no muffler, said nobody came out here anymore. The nearest neighbor was 11 miles away, a guy who ran a Christmas tree farm and kept to himself. No cell service. Power lines stopped about 8 miles back. I paid cash. For 3 years, it was exactly what I needed. I got good at splitting wood, maintaining the generator, fixing things with duct tape and prayers. I drove into town once every 6 weeks for supplies. I spent my days reading, hiking, working on a book I'd never finish. The silence out here isn't really silent. There's wind through the pines, birds, the river in the distance, but it's nothing like the city. It doesn't want anything from you. That's what I thought anyway. It started on a Tuesday, October 17th. I remember because I'd driven into town the day before and picked up my mail at the post office. There was a birthday card from my sister, 2 months late, but she'd remembered. I'd pinned it to the corkboard in my trailer next to the calendar where I tracked the seasons. I was outside that morning stacking firewood. The weather was turning, temperature dropping into the 30s at night. I'd been putting off the wood pile for 2 weeks, and I was paying for it now with my back aching and splinters in my palms. That's when I felt it. The watched feeling. Everyone knows that feeling. That prickle on the back of your neck, the sense that eyes are on you even when you can't see anyone. Usually it's nothing. Paranoia, instinct misfiring. Out here it's usually a deer or an elk, something wild that freezes when it catches your scent. But this felt different. Heavier. I straightened up, wiping sweat off my forehead with my sleeve. The property's surrounded by pine forest on 3 sides, thick enough that you can't see more than 50 feet into the trees. I scanned the tree line, looking for movement. Nothing. I went back to work, but I couldn't shake it. After another 20 minutes, I gave up and went inside. That night, I heard the footsteps. I sleep light out here. You learn to. Every sound registers. Branches scraping the roof. Animals moving through the brush. The metal of the airstream contracting in the cold. Around 2 a.m., I woke to footsteps on gravel. Not animal footsteps. Human. Someone was walking around my trailer. I lay there in the dark, listening. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, circling. They'd start at the front, near the door, then move down the side. Gravel crunching. Then silence near the back where the ground was softer dirt. Then gravel again as they came up the other side. 3 complete circuits before they stopped. I had a shotgun under the bed. I considered getting it, going outside, confronting whoever was out there. But something stopped me. Maybe it was the methodical nature of the footsteps, not frantic or uncertain, just walking with purpose. Or maybe it was the fact that nothing human should be out here at 2 a.m., 40 miles from anywhere. I lay awake until dawn. In the morning, I checked the ground around the trailer. The area near the door was scuffed, but I couldn't tell if it was from me or someone else. Farther out, I found one clear boot print in a patch of dirt near the water hookup. Size 11 or 12, work boot tread. Fresh. I thought about Chuck, the realtor. Maybe he'd come by to check on something, but that didn't make sense. He had no reason to circle my trailer in the middle of the night without knocking. I spent the day trying to convince myself it was nothing. Some hiker who'd gotten lost, stumbled onto my property, and left. But I kept finding myself at the windows looking out at the trees. The watched feeling didn't go away. 3 nights later, it happened again. Same thing. Footsteps around 2 a.m., 3 slow circuits, then silence. This time I got up, shotgun in hand, and looked out the window. Nothing, just darkness and the shapes of trees. In the morning, I found more boot prints, same size, same tread, and something else. A cigarette butt near the edge of the clearing, just inside the tree line. The filter was clean, not weathered. Recent. That's when I started to get angry. If someone was fucking with me, some kids from town, some asshole who thought it was funny to scare the hermit, they were going to regret it. I spent that afternoon rigging up motion lights near the trailer, running extension cords from my generator. Basic hardware store stuff, but they'd do the job. If someone came around again, I'd see them. The lights didn't trigger that night. Or the next. I started to relax. Maybe I'd scared them off just by setting up the lights. Maybe they'd moved on to easier targets. Then Mark showed up. It was a Saturday morning, around 10. I was working on the generator. It had been making a weird clicking sound when I heard a vehicle coming up the access road. Nobody came up that road except me. I grabbed a rag to wipe my hands and walked around to the front of the property. A pickup truck rolled to a stop near my trailer. Older model Ford, green paint faded to primer and spots. A guy got out, mid-30s, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt. He had a friendly face, dark hair, scruff on his jaw. "Hey there," he called out, raising one hand in greeting. "Sorry to bother you." I didn't say anything, just waited. "I'm Mark Jennings, he said, walking closer. "I'm doing some work on the Johnson property about 15 miles north. My GPS took a shit and I think I'm turned around. You know how to get back to Route 12 from here?" I studied him. He seemed normal enough, tired, a little frustrated, the way anyone would be if they'd gotten lost on these back roads. "You go back the way you came," I said. "About 8 miles, you'll hit a fork. Go left. That'll take you to the highway." "Left at the fork," he repeated, nodding. "Got it. Thanks, man." He glanced around the property, at my trailer, the stacked firewood, the skeletal remains of the old RV hookups. "Hell of a place to live? You out here alone?" Something in the way he asked made me pause. Not the words, but the tone. Curious, but also assessing. "Most of the time?" I said. "Peaceful," he said. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Must get lonely, though." "I like the quiet." "Yeah, I bet." He looked at me for another moment, then nodded. "Well, thanks for the help. I'll get out of your hair." He got back in his truck and drove off. I watched until he was out of sight. That night, the footsteps came back. This time they were different, heavier, and instead of circling, they stopped right outside my door. I could hear breathing on the other side of the thin metal. I grabbed the shotgun and moved to the door, my heart hammering. "I know you're out there," I shouted. "I've got a gun. You've got 5 seconds to get the fuck off my property." Silence. Then, after a long moment, "Dean?" My blood went cold. It was Mark's voice. The guy from that morning. "What do you want?" I said. "Can I come in? I need help." "Help with what?" "I'm lost. My truck broke down about a mile from here. I don't have a phone. Can you give me a ride to town?" Every instinct I had was screaming at me not to open that door. Something was wrong. His voice sounded flat, rehearsed. "I can't help you," I said. "Go back to your truck. When it's light, walk to the highway." Silence again. Then, "Dean, please. It's cold out here." "How do you know my name?" No answer. "How the fuck do you know my name?" The breathing stopped. I heard footsteps moving away back into the darkness. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the corner of the trailer with the shotgun across my lap, watching the door, waiting for him to come back. He didn't. In the morning, I searched the property. I found the same boot prints from before, leading from the tree line to my door and back. But there was something else this time. Handprints on my windows. Both side windows, both back windows. Pressed against the glass like someone had been looking in, cupping their hands to see through the glare. I tried to convince myself it was condensation, just moisture from the temperature difference. But the prints were too distinct. I could see the lines of the palms, the shapes of the fingers. I drove into town that afternoon. I needed to talk to someone to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. The town, Riggins, population 800, had one grocery store, one gas station, one bar, and a sheriff's substation that was open 3 days a week. I went to the sheriff's office first, but it was closed. A handwritten sign on the door said the deputy would be back on Monday. I went to the bar instead. It was called the Antler, and it looked exactly like you'd expect. Dark wood. Neon beer signs, a mounted elk head above the bar with half its fur missing. There were 5 people inside. The bartender, an old man nursing a whiskey, and 3 guys in hunting camo at a corner table. I ordered a beer and sat at the bar. The bartender, a woman in her 50s with gray hair and sharp eyes, slid the bottle across to me. "You're the guy from the old RV park," she said. It wasn't a question. "That's me. Don't see you in here much. I keep to myself." She nodded like that was answer enough, and moved down the bar to refill the old man's drink. I took a pull from the beer and tried to figure out how to bring up what I wanted to ask without sounding crazy. Before I could say anything, the door opened and 3 more people came in. 2 men and a woman, all wearing sheriff's department jackets. One of the men was the deputy. I recognized him from the few times I'd been to the office to deal with property tax paperwork. His name was Clayton, mid-40s, with the kind of thick build that looked soft now but had probably been muscle 20 years ago. He saw me and nodded. "Harper, right?" "Yeah." He came over and leaned against the bar. "What brings you to town?" I hesitated. This was my chance. But looking at him, at his tired eyes and the way he was already halfway through whatever he'd been doing today, I realized how insane it would sound. Some guy walked around my trailer at night. Some guy knew my name. There were handprints on my windows. "Just getting supplies," I said. He nodded, clearly not that interested. "You see anything weird out your way?" My stomach tightened. "Weird how?" "We've got a guy missing. Mark Jennings. He was working on the Johnson place, didn't show up for his shift 3 days ago. Truck was found on a logging road about 10 miles from your property. Keys still in it." I felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. "What did he look like?" Clayton pulled out his phone and showed me a photo. It was the same guy. Same face, same flannel shirt. "You seen him?" I opened my mouth to tell him everything, about the guy showing up at my place, about the voice outside my door. But something stopped me. The expression on Mark's face in the photo. He was smiling, but it was wrong. The smile was too wide, too fixed. His eyes looked empty. "No," I said. "Haven't seen him." Clayton put the phone away. "If you do, give us a call. His wife's real worried." "Will do." He moved back to his friends, and I finished my beer as fast as I could without looking suspicious. Then I got in my truck and drove back to the property. The whole way I kept thinking about Mark's face in that photo. The wrong smile, and the fact that he'd shown up at my place the same day his truck was found abandoned. That night I didn't wait for the footsteps. I sat outside in the dark with the shotgun, watching the tree line. Around midnight, I saw movement. A figure emerged from the trees, walking slowly toward my trailer. Same height as Mark, same build. But the way it moved was off. Too smooth. Like it was gliding more than walking. I raised the shotgun. "Stop right there." It stopped. We were about 30 feet apart, close enough to see each other in the moonlight, but far enough that details were blurred. "Dean," it said, Mark's voice again, but flatter now, emptier. "You're not Mark." "Yes, I am." "Mark's missing. His truck was found abandoned." The figure tilted its head, like it was considering this. "I had an accident. I need help." "Come into the light." It didn't move. "Come into the light," I repeated louder. Slowly it took a step forward, then another. Into the spill of light from my generator-powered bulb. The face was Mark's. Same features, same scruff on the jaw, but the proportions were slightly off, eyes too far apart, mouth too wide, and the expression was frozen like a mask. "See?" it said. "It's me." I pulled the trigger. The blast lit up the night, and the figure jerked backward, but it didn't fall. It just stood there, looking down at the hole in its chest. Then it looked back up at me, and it smiled. I fired again and again. The figure staggered but didn't go down. Dark liquid, too dark to be blood, spread across its shirt. Then it turned and walked back into the trees. I stood there, shaking, the shotgun heavy in my hands. After a minute, I went into the trailer, locked the door, and pushed my table against it. I didn't sleep that night either. The next morning, I went to where the figure had been standing. There was no blood, no sign of the shotgun blasts except some disturbed dirt. But there were those boot prints again leading into the trees. I followed them. I'm not sure what I was thinking. Maybe I wasn't thinking at all. I just needed to know what the fuck was happening. The prints led deeper into the forest, weaving between trees, heading north. After about a quarter mile, they reached a small clearing. That's where I found Mark's body. He was lying face down in the dirt, his back torn open like something had clawed through him from the inside. The smell was unbelievable. Rot and copper and something else. Something chemical. His skin was gray, mottled. He'd been dead for days. I bent over and vomited into the leaves. When I could stand again, I looked around the clearing. There were tracks everywhere. The same boot prints circling the body over and over. And something else. Scratches on the trees. Deep gouges in the bark. Too high up to be from any animal I knew. I needed to get to town. To tell Clayton. To show him this. But as I turned to leave, I saw it. Standing at the edge of the clearing. Watching me. It was wearing Mark's face again. But the skin was loose now, sagging like it didn't fit right anymore. The mouth hung open and I could see that there were no teeth. Just darkness inside. "Dean," it said. "Why did you shoot me?" I ran. I don't remember much of the run back to my property. Just branches whipping my face, my lungs burning. The sound of footsteps behind me. Sometimes heavy, sometimes light. Sometimes multiple sets of footsteps like there was more than one of them. I made it to my trailer, got inside, and locked the door. I was grabbing my keys to drive to town when I realized I'd left the shotgun in the clearing. Fuck. I looked out the window. The thing, whatever it was, wasn't visible, but I knew it was out there, watching. I got in my truck and drove. Halfway to town, the engine died. I tried to restart it, but nothing. The dashboard lights flickered and went out. I pulled out my phone. No signal, as usual, but the screen was glitching, showing fragments of images I didn't recognize. That's when I heard the tapping on the window. I looked up. Mark's face was pressed against the glass, eyes wide, mouth stretched in that too big smile. "Let me in, Dean," it said. "We need to talk." I threw the truck into neutral and let it roll backward down the hill, steering wildly. The thing hung onto the side mirror, its fingers impossibly long, bending at angles that shouldn't work. The truck picked up speed. I aimed for a tree. The impact threw me forward into the steering wheel. Pain exploded across my ribs. When I looked up, the thing was gone. I climbed out of the truck, totaled, front end crumpled, and started walking toward town. 11 miles, I could do it. The sun was setting. I made it about 3 miles before it got dark. That's when I heard the voices. They came from the trees on both sides of the road. Multiple voices all calling my name. I recognized some of them. My sister, my old boss, my ex-girlfriend. All of them asking me to come into the woods to help them, to explain why I'd left. I kept walking, hands shoved in my pockets, head down. Then I heard my own voice. Dean, stop." I looked up. Standing in the middle of the road about 50 feet ahead was me. Same jacket, same boots, same face. It smiled. "Where are you going?" I didn't answer. I stepped off the road and started walking through the trees, parallel to the road but out of sight. Behind me I heard laughter. Multiple voices overlapping and footsteps. Lots of them. I ran again. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. The trees all looked the same in the dark, and I kept losing track of where the road was. Twice I thought I saw lights ahead. Cars. Buildings. But when I got closer, there was nothing. Finally, I stumbled out onto pavement. Not the road to town. Some other road. There was a sign. Riggins. 23 miles. I'd been going in the wrong direction. I sat down on the pavement and started laughing. I couldn't help it. The absurdity of it. Running through the woods from things that shouldn't exist. Getting more lost instead of less. That's when I saw the headlights. A pickup truck was coming toward me. I stood up, waving my arms. It slowed, pulled over. The window rolled down. It was Chuck, the realtor. "Harper?" he said. "Jesus, what happened to you?" I must have looked like hell, covered in dirt, bleeding from scratches, probably wild-eyed. "I need a ride to town, to the sheriff." "Get in." I climbed into the passenger seat. The cab smelled like cigarettes and fast food. Chuck pulled back onto the road. "You okay?" he asked. "You look like you've been through hell." "Something's wrong at my property. Something's been..." I trailed off. How could I explain? I need to report it. Report what? There's a body. Mark Jennings. He's dead in the woods behind my place. Chuck was quiet for a moment, then he said, Mark Jennings has been dead for 2 weeks, Harper. They found him last Tuesday. I stared at him. What? Yeah. Hiking accident, they said. Fell off a ridge up near the Johnson place, broke his neck. Chuck glanced at me. You didn't hear about it? No. My mind was reeling. But I saw him. He came to my place. When? Saturday, 6 days ago. Chuck shook his head. Couldn't have been him. He was already dead by then. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from the dashboard, shook one out. You've been alone out there too long, man. It fucks with your head. I didn't say anything. I was trying to process. If Mark had been dead for 2 weeks, then what had shown up at my property? What had I seen? Chuck lit the cigarette, and the smell filled the cab. Something about it tickled my memory. The cigarette butt, the one I'd found near my trailer. I looked at Chuck, really looked at him. His face was the same as always, jowly, weathered, nicotine-stained mustache. But his eyes were wrong, too glossy, reflective, like an animal's in headlights. Chuck, I said slowly, how long have you been driving around out here? What do you mean? You said I've been alone too long, but you don't come out this way. You're a realtor in town. Why are you out here at night? He didn't answer. He just kept driving, cigarette dangling from his lips. Chuck. He turned to look at me, and when he smiled, his mouth was too wide. Way too wide. Dean, he said in Chuck's voice. We've been watching you for so long. I grabbed the door handle and threw myself out of the moving truck. The impact with the pavement shattered something. My arm, maybe my shoulder. Pain screamed through me, but I forced myself to get up, to stumble off the road into the trees. Behind me, I heard the truck stop, a door opening. Dean, come back, we just want to talk. I ran. Again, I don't remember the rest of that night clearly. It's fragments, running, falling, getting up, running more. At some point it started to rain, and I was grateful because the rain covered the sound of my footsteps. I found a hollowed-out log and crawled inside, curling up in the dark. I could hear them out there moving through the trees. Multiple voices all calling my name. Sometimes Chuck's voice, sometimes Mark's, sometimes mine, sometimes my sister's. I waited until dawn. When the voices finally stopped, I crawled out and started walking. It took me 2 days to reach town. I was hallucinating by then. Thirst, exhaustion, probably a concussion from the fall. I saw things in the trees, faces forming in the bark. I heard my name in the wind, but I made it. I went straight to the sheriff's office. Deputy Clayton was there. When he saw me, his face went pale. Harper, Christ, we've been looking for you. Your sister called, said you weren't answering your phone. He stopped. What the hell happened? I told him everything. The footsteps, Mark showing up, the thing wearing his face, the body in the clearing, Chuck picking me up, all of it. He listened, his expression unreadable. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. Harper, he said finally. Mark Jennings died 2 weeks ago. We found his body near the Johnson property. I know, Chuck told me. But then what did I see? You've been under a lot of stress, living alone like that. I'm not fucking crazy, I snapped. Something is out there. Okay. He held up his hands. Okay, let's go check it out. You can show me where you saw the body. We drove out to my property in his cruiser. I directed him to the clearing where I'd found Mark's body. It was empty. No body, no blood, no sign that anything had been there at all. Clayton looked at me. Harper. It was here, I said. I saw it. Right there. I pointed. He sighed. I think you need to talk to someone. There's a counselor in Lewiston. I'm not crazy. I didn't say you were, but you've been through something. Maybe it's trauma, maybe it's isolation, but something's going on with you. I wanted to argue, but looking at the empty clearing, at the trees that showed no signs of violence, I started to doubt myself. Had I imagined it? Was I losing my mind? Clayton drove me back to my trailer. He insisted on checking inside, making sure everything was secure. He didn't find anything. "Get some rest," he said, "and call your sister. She's worried about you." After he left, I sat in my trailer and tried to make sense of everything. Maybe he was right. Maybe I had been alone too long. Maybe the stress had finally broken something in my head. But then I saw it. On my table, next to the birthday card from my sister, was a cigarette butt. Same brand as the one I'd found outside. Fresh. And next to it, a note in handwriting I didn't recognize. "We'll be back tonight." That was 4 days ago. I haven't left the trailer since. I keep the door locked, the windows covered. I can hear them out there. Footsteps circling, voices calling my name. Sometimes I see shadows moving past the windows. Last night, one of them knocked on the door. When I looked through the peephole, I saw my own face staring back at me. "Let me in, Dean," it said. "I'm you. I belong in there." I didn't answer. This morning, I found a photo slipped under the door. It's me standing outside my trailer. But I'm not alone. There are figures behind me, dozens of them, all wearing faces I recognize. Mark, Chuck, my sister, me. And they're all smiling. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened. I don't know if I'm crazy. I don't know if any of this is real. But I know one thing. They're getting closer. The footsteps are louder every night. The voices are more insistent. And this morning, when I looked in the mirror, my reflection smiled at me. I didn't smile back. If someone finds this, if someone reads it, I don't know what I expect you to do. Maybe nothing. Maybe there's nothing anyone can do. But if you're ever out in northern Idaho, near the old RV park on the Salmon River, and you see someone who looks like me standing at the edge of the trees, don't stop. Don't talk to them. And for God's sake, don't let them in, because the thing about faces is they're just masks, and whatever's underneath is still out there, still watching, still waiting, and it knows my name. Tentar Novamente, Story 4. My name is Amanda Cole. This happened last September at an RV campground near Lake Powell in Utah. I need to write this down while I still remember it clearly, though part of me wishes I could forget. I'm a freelance graphic designer, 34 years old, and I'd been planning this trip for months. After my divorce finalized in July, I wanted to get away from Phoenix, away from the apartment that still smelled like Daniel's cologne, away from the friends who didn't know how to talk to me anymore. I bought a used Winnebago, spent 2 weeks getting it road ready, and convinced myself that solo travel with just my dog would be therapeutic. Scout is a 3-year-old Australian Shepherd mix I adopted from a shelter 2 years ago. He's been the only constant in my life through the divorce. Smart dog, usually calm, never barks without reason. That's important to remember. Scout doesn't bark at nothing. I left Phoenix on a Tuesday morning, drove north through Flagstaff, and reached the Lake Powell area by late afternoon. The campground I'd reserved was called Lone Rock Beach RV Park, though park was generous. It was essentially a stretch of desert near the water where they'd laid out numbered sites with electrical hookups. The nearest town was 20 miles back, and cell service was spotty at best. There were maybe 15 other RVs scattered across the area when I pulled in. The camp host, a weathered man in his 60s named Dale, checked me in and pointed me towards Site 47. He didn't say much, just handed me a laminated sheet with the Wi-Fi password and trash schedule. The Wi-Fi didn't work, he admitted, but corporate made him print the sheets anyway. I parked, leveled the RV, hooked up to power, and let Scout out to explore. He sniffed around the perimeter, marked a few bushes, and seemed content. The landscape was that particular Utah blend of red rock and scrub brush, beautiful in a harsh way. The water was visible in the distance, darkening as the sun dropped. I made dinner, just pasta and jarred sauce, and ate outside at the picnic table. A couple from the RV 3 sites over walked past with their golden retriever. We exchanged nods. Scout watched them but didn't react. Normal dog behavior. The first night was fine. I read for a while, checked my phone even though I had no service, and went to bed around 10. Scout slept on the floor beside the bed like always. I'd left one small light on in the kitchen area because total darkness in a new place makes me anxious. I woke up around 3 a.m. to Scout growling. Not barking. Growling. Low and steady. The kind of sound he'd only made once before when a guy tried to break into my car while I was sitting in it. It's a sound that makes your stomach drop because you know something is genuinely wrong. I sat up. Scout was standing at the RV's back window staring out, hackles raised. The window faced away from the water toward the desert and the distant parking area. "Scout, what is it?" He didn't look at me, just kept growling, that low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the floor. I got up and looked out the window. There was nothing, just darkness and the vague shapes of other RVs. No movement, no lights. The moon was out but not particularly bright. "Scout, come here." He finally looked at me, then back at the window, then walked over to me. But he was tense, his body rigid. I checked my phone. 3:17 a.m. I tried to see if anyone else was awake, if there were lights on in other RVs, but everything was dark and still. I went back to bed. Scout lay down but didn't relax. I could feel his tension from across the small space. Eventually I fell asleep, though I don't know when. The next morning felt normal. Scout ate his breakfast. We went for a walk along the beach area, and the previous night seemed like an overreaction. Maybe he'd heard a coyote. Maybe I'd been on edge and transferred it to him. I spent the day working on my laptop while I still had battery power, responding to client emails when I drove close enough to town to get signal. Around 3 p.m., I met the couple from 3 sites over. Their names were Robert and Patricia, both retired teachers from Colorado. Their golden retriever was named Honey. "How long are you staying?" Patricia asked. She was friendly in that way older women often are, genuinely interested but not prying. "A week, maybe longer," I said. "Depends on how the work situation goes. We've been here 4 days. It's peaceful, though Robert says the nights are too quiet." Robert nodded. "City folk can't help it. I keep expecting to hear traffic." We talked for a while about nothing important. They seemed normal. Honey seemed normal. Everything seemed normal. That night, around 2:30 a.m., Scout started growling again. Same spot, same window, same rigid posture. I looked out. Nothing. Just darkness. "Scout, there's nothing there." But he wouldn't stop. He stood there for 15 minutes, growling at something I couldn't see. I tried turning on the outside lights. The RV had a small floodlight mounted on the side, but it just illuminated an empty stretch of desert. No animals, no people, nothing. I pulled the curtain closed. Scout continued growling at the covered window for another 5 minutes before finally, slowly, backing away and lying down. He didn't sleep. I could see his eyes open, reflecting what little light there was. I didn't sleep much either. The third day, I drove into the nearest town, Bullfrog Marina, to get supplies and find Wi-Fi. I ended up at a small cafe where I could actually get my emails to load. There was a local woman working there, maybe in her 40s, who asked if I was camping at Lone Rock. "Yeah," I said, "just for the week." She got quiet for a moment, then said, "You be careful out there at night." I laughed a little. "Careful of what? Coyotes?" "Just careful," she said, and didn't elaborate. I thought she was being weird. Now I wish I'd asked more questions. That evening, I met 2 of the other campers. They were a young couple, probably late 20s, named Marcus and Jen. They were in a converted van, traveling and working remotely. Marcus was a software developer. Jen did something with marketing. They seemed nice, though Jen looked tired. "Have you been having trouble sleeping?" she asked me directly. "A little," I admitted. "New place, you know." Marcus glanced at her. "Jen's been having nightmares." "They're not nightmares," Jen said. "I'm awake when they happen." I didn't know what to say to that. Do you have a dog? She asked, looking at Scout. Yeah, this is Scout. Does he act weird at night? Something in my chest tightened. What do you mean? Our friend's dog does. We met them yesterday. Site 32, couple from Oregon. Their dog won't stop barking at night. They're thinking of leaving early. Marcus touched her arm. Jen, you're freaking her out. I'm not trying to. I just want to know if we're the only ones experiencing this. Experiencing what? I asked. Jen looked at Marcus, then back at me. Things that don't make sense. That night, night 4, Scout started growling at 2:47 a.m. I didn't even get up this time. I just lay there listening to him. The growling went on for 20 minutes. Then it stopped. Then it started again. Then stopped. Around 4 a.m. I heard something outside. Footsteps maybe, or something dragging. I couldn't tell. Scout heard it too. His growling intensified. I looked out the window. For just a second, maybe 2 seconds, I thought I saw something move. Not a person, not an animal. Just a shadow that seemed darker than the darkness around it, moving across the desert floor about 30 yards from my RV. Then it was gone. I told myself it was my eyes adjusting. I told myself it was nothing. Scout didn't stop growling until sunrise. The next day, I was exhausted. I made coffee and sat outside, trying to convince myself to leave. But that felt ridiculous. I was a grown woman and I was afraid of... What? Shadows. My dog's overactive instincts? Dale, the camp host, drove by in his golf cart around 10 a.m. Everything okay at your site? He asked. Fine, I said. Why? Got a complaint about noise last night. Someone's dog barking. Wasn't mine, I said. Scout doesn't bark. Dale nodded. Probably the folks at 32, they've been having issues. What kind of issues? He shrugged. Their dog. Won't settle down at night. They're leaving today, actually. Do you know why? Didn't ask, Dale said, and drove off. I walked over to Site 32 around noon. The Oregon couple, I never got their names, were packing up. Their dog, a border collie, was in the van already, and I could see it pacing back and forth. Leaving early? I asked. The woman looked at me. She had dark circles under her eyes. We can't stay here. Why not? Because something's wrong, she said simply, and we're not going to wait around to find out what. Her husband was loading a folding chair into the van. Lisa, come on. Has your dog been acting strange? She asked me. I hesitated. A little. Get out while you can, she said. We should have left 2 days ago. They were gone within the hour. That afternoon I met a man from Site 18. His name was David, and he was traveling alone in a massive RV that probably cost more than my first house. He was in his 50s, friendly, former military, but not in an obnoxious way. He'd been at the campground for a week already. You settling in okay? He asked. We were both at the trash disposal area. Yeah, fine. You? Can't complain. Quiet spot. Good for thinking. Have you noticed anything weird? He looked at me with an expression I couldn't read. Weird how? I don't know, just off. David was quiet for a moment. The first few nights I thought I heard things, but I used to be a light sleeper anyway, and out here every little sound gets amplified in your head. You start imagining things. What if you're not imagining them? Then you deal with it or you leave, he said. That's pretty much the options. I went back to my RV and tried to work, tried to distract myself. Scout was restless all day, pacing, looking at the windows, lying down, and then getting back up. I took him for a long walk, hoping it would tire him out. It didn't help. Around 7 p.m., Patricia knocked on my door. Amanda, I wanted to check on you. Robert and I are worried. Worried about what? She glanced around, like she was making sure no one else was listening. Honey hasn't been herself. And Robert, he's been having dreams, bad ones. He doesn't remember them when he wakes up, but he's been talking in his sleep, and the things he says. She trailed off. What things? He keeps saying, don't look at it. Over and over. Don't look at it. My skin went cold. Patricia, what's going on here? I don't know, but something is. We're leaving tomorrow morning. I think you should too. Has Dale said anything? The camp host? Dale? She laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. Dale lives here year-round. Whatever this is, he's used to it. She left. I sat in my RV as the sun went down, watching the sky turn from blue to orange to deep purple. Scout sat beside me, tense and alert. I should have left. I know that now. But part of me was stubborn. Part of me was tired of running from things I didn't understand. And part of me, maybe the biggest part, didn't want to admit I was afraid. Night 6. 2:15 a.m. Scout started growling, but this time he wasn't looking at the back window. He was looking at the door. I froze. The door was locked. I always locked it. But Scout was staring at it like something was on the other side. Then I heard it. A soft sound, like fingers dragging across the outside of the RV. Slow, deliberate. Scout's growl deepened. I grabbed my phone. No signal, but I turned on the flashlight function. The sound continued. Drag, drag, drag. Moving from the door toward the window. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to look out the window, but I remembered what Patricia said. Robert kept saying, "Don't look at it." The dragging sound reached the window. Stopped. Started again, going around the entire RV. Scout followed it with his body, moving to stay between me and wherever the sound was. It took 5 minutes for the sound to circle the entire RV and return to the door. Then it stopped. Scout didn't stop growling for another hour. When the sun came up, I went outside. I needed to see if there were marks, tracks, anything. But the desert sand around my RV was undisturbed. No footprints, no drag marks, nothing. Patricia and Robert left that morning. I watched them pull out, and Patricia waved at me through the window, her face pale. Marcus and Jen left that afternoon. I didn't even see them go. 1 minute their van was there, the next it was gone. By evening, there were maybe 7 RVs left in the entire campground. The place felt empty in a way that was worse than actual emptiness. It felt abandoned. David came by around 6 p.m. "You're still here," he said. "So are you." "I'm curious," he said, probably stupid but curious. "Whatever's happening here, I want to understand it." "Do you?" "No, but I've started noticing things." "Like what?" He pointed toward the water. "Watch the sunset tonight. Really watch it. Tell me what you see." "That's cryptic." "Just do it," he said, and walked back to his site. So I did. I sat outside with Scout and watched the sun go down over Lake Powell. The sky went through its usual color changes. Nothing seemed unusual. Then I noticed something. The shadows from the RVs and the rocks and the sparse trees, they were moving wrong. Not with the sun, independently. I stood up, trying to track one specific shadow from a nearby boulder. It should have been stretching toward the east as the sun set in the west. Instead, it seemed to be pulling toward my RV, like it was being drawn by something. I looked at other shadows. Same thing. All of them, slowly, almost imperceptibly, moving toward the occupied RVs. Not toward empty spaces. Toward the RVs where people were. Scout saw them too. He started growling. I went inside, pulled all the curtains closed and tried to rationalize it. Trick of the light, optical illusion, something to do with the lake and the way water reflects. Anything but what it looked like. That night, night 7, Scout started growling at 1:53 a.m. But this time, there was something else. A sound, not dragging, breathing. Someone was breathing outside my RV. Deep breaths, in and out. Steady, close to the door. Scout was going insane, growling and barking now, something he'd never done. I was pressed against the far wall, phone in hand, though I had no idea who I would call, even if I had signal. The breathing continued for minutes, 5, 10, 15. Then a voice. Male. Unfamiliar. Amanda. It said my name. Amanda, open the door. I didn't move. I couldn't. Amanda, I know you can hear me. Open the door. Scout was barking so hard I thought he might hurt himself. I grabbed his collar, tried to calm him, but he was beyond reasoning. Open the door, Amanda. I just want to talk. The voice was calm, patient, wrong in a way I can't properly explain. It was a human voice, but the rhythm of it, the pauses between words, felt off by milliseconds, like someone doing an impression of how humans talk. I know you're scared, everyone gets scared, but it's better if you open the door. I didn't respond. I barely breathed. We could do this the hard way, but you wouldn't like that. Neither would Scout. It knew my dog's name. I've been watching you, Amanda, every night. You've been watching too, haven't you? You've seen us. Silence. Then, we're just shadows, Amanda. We've always been here, but lately we've been getting stronger, closer. And when we get close enough, we don't have to wait outside anymore. The breathing stopped. The voice stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound had been. Scout kept barking for another 20 minutes. I didn't sleep. I sat with my back against the wall, holding a kitchen knife I'd grabbed, waiting for morning. When the sun finally came up, I threw everything into the RV, barely bothering to disconnect properly from the electrical hookup. I was leaving. I didn't care about the rest of my reservation. I didn't care about looking crazy. But when I started the engine, nothing happened. I tried again. The battery was fine. Lights came on. Radio worked. But the engine wouldn't turn over. I sat there, hands shaking, and tried to think. I'm not a mechanic, but I know enough about vehicles to handle basic issues. I popped the hood and got out to look. Everything appeared normal. Nothing obviously disconnected or damaged. I tried the engine again. Nothing. Dale drove by in his golf cart. Having trouble? Engine won't start. He got out, looked under the hood, poked at a few things. Might be the starter. I can call a mechanic, but it'll be tomorrow at the earliest. Maybe the day after. They don't prioritize campground calls. I need to leave today. Dale looked at me. Really looked at me. Why the rush? I just need to go. You've got 3 more days on your reservation. I don't care about the reservation. He was quiet for a moment, then he said, I've been hosting this campground for 12 years. Some people stay the whole time they planned. Some people leave early. The ones who leave early usually wait until morning, when the light's good. They don't try to leave at dawn looking like they haven't slept in days. What's your point? My point is, you're not the first person to act like this, and you won't be the last. What is this place? And I asked. Dale closed the hood. It's a campground, near a lake, in Utah, same as 100 other places. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I've got, he said, and got back in his golf cart. I'll call that mechanic. In the meantime, you might as well relax. You're not going anywhere today. He drove off. I went back inside my RV and tried not to panic. I had food for a few more days, water. Phone battery was at 60%. I could charge it from the RV battery if needed. I just had to wait until tomorrow, get the RV fixed, and leave. One more night. Scout was exhausted from barking all night. He finally fell asleep around noon, and I was grateful for the quiet. Around 3 p.m., I heard a knock on my door. I looked out. It was David. I opened the door. Hey, heard your engine won't start, he said. News travels fast. Small campground. I can take a look if you want. Used to work on vehicles in the service. I let him look. He spent 20 minutes under the hood checking things and finally came back shaking his head. Nothing obviously wrong, which means it's probably something internal. You'll need a mechanic. Dale's calling one. Good luck with that. They're not reliable out here. We stood there in awkward silence. You should stay in my RV tonight, David said. What? Yours has been targeted. Whatever's happening, it seems to focus on specific vehicles. Mine's been quiet the last 2 nights. I think you'd be safer there. I can't just leave Scout and my stuff. Bring Scout. Bring whatever you need. I'm serious, Amanda. Something's wrong here, and I don't think you should be alone. I didn't want to accept. Part of me didn't trust him, but another part of me was terrified of spending another night alone. And Scout liked David. That had to count for something. Okay, I said, just for tonight. I packed a bag with essentials, got Scout, and followed David to his RV at Site 18. His setup was impressive. Slide-outs, full kitchen, a bedroom with a real bed. Luxury camping. You can take the bedroom, he said. I'll sleep on the couch. Scout can go wherever he wants. Are you sure about this? I'm sure that I don't want to wake up tomorrow and find out something happened to you because I didn't offer. We made dinner together. He had actual groceries, made a proper meal. It felt almost normal. We talked about regular things. Where we were from, what we did for work, where else we'd traveled. He was divorced too. 3 years ago, no kids. Used to be Army, worked in logistics, now did consulting for military contractors. As it got dark, the conversation shifted. How much have you seen? David asked. What do you mean? The shadows. How much have you actually seen? I told him about the movements, the way they seemed to converge on the occupied RVs. I told him about Scout's behavior, about the sounds, about the voice outside my door. David listened without interrupting. When I finished, he said, I saw something 3 nights ago. What? One of the other campers, a guy from Site 11 traveling alone. I saw him leave his RV around 2 a.m. walking toward the desert, just walking. I figured he couldn't sleep, needed to clear his head. But the way he moved, it was wrong. Stiff, like he wasn't in control of his own body. Did he come back? I don't know. His RV was gone the next morning. I asked Dale about it, and he said the guy checked out early. But Dale didn't seem surprised. He never seems surprised. Do you think Dale knows what's happening? I think Dale knows exactly what's happening. And I think he stays here anyway, which means either he's part of it, or he's given up trying to fight it. Around 11 p.m., we decided to try to sleep. David gave me the bedroom, and I closed the door. Scout lay down beside the bed. I left one light on. I didn't expect to sleep, but exhaustion won. I drifted off sometime after midnight. I woke up to Scout growling. I checked my phone, 2:37 a.m. Same time frame as always. But Scout wasn't looking at the windows. He was looking at the closed bedroom door. I got up quietly, pressed my ear to the door, and listened. David was talking. His voice was low, but I could hear him clearly. Yes, she's here. She's asleep. Yes, I'm sure. A pause. I understand. When? Another pause. Tonight. Okay. I'll make sure. My blood went cold. I looked around the bedroom for anything I could use as a weapon, but there was nothing except a lamp that was bolted down. Scout was tense beside me, still growling softly. I heard David's footsteps approaching the bedroom door. The handle turned slowly. I grabbed Scout's collar, ready to run or fight or both. The door opened. David stood there, but he wasn't looking at me. He was looking past me, at the window behind the bed. Amanda, don't move, he said quietly. What? Don't move and don't turn around. I wanted to turn around. Every instinct screamed at me to look, but something in David's voice, genuine fear, stopped me. There's something outside the window, he said. It's been there for the last 10 minutes. I only noticed because I couldn't sleep, was looking out the front window and saw it move around to the back. What is it? I don't know, but it's not a person, and it's not an animal. Scout's growling intensified. The phone call I made, David said. I wasn't talking to anyone. I pretended to be on the phone because I was scared and didn't know what else to do. Old habit from the service. Pretend you're in control even when you're not. I wanted to believe him. I wanted that to be the truth, but I couldn't be sure. We need to leave this room, he said. Slowly. Don't look at the window. We're going to back out of the door and then we're going to barricade it. We did. Moving slowly, I backed toward the door, pulling Scout with me. David kept his eyes on the window the entire time. When we were in the main living area, he closed the bedroom door and pushed a heavy chair in front of it. "Did you see what it looked like?" I asked. "No, just a shape. Darker than the darkness, but I felt it looking at us. That sounds insane, but I felt it." We sat in the living room, all the interior lights on, waiting for morning. Scout positioned himself between us and the bedroom door. Around 4 a.m., we heard something scraping against the outside of the RV. The same sound I'd heard at my own RV. Dragging. Circling. David had a handgun. I didn't ask where he kept it or if it was legal. He held it pointed at the door, and I held the kitchen knife I'd brought from my RV. The scraping stopped. Then started again. Then stopped. At 5:13 a.m., we heard a voice. Different from the one at my RV. Female this time. "David, let me in." David went white. "That's my ex-wife's voice." "David, I'm cold. Please let me in." "She's in North Carolina," he whispered. "She can't be here." "David, I came all this way to see you. Don't you miss me?" Scout was barking now, full volume. The voice outside started laughing. Not a human laugh. Something approximating a laugh, but wrong in every way. Then silence. The sun came up. We sat there, exhausted, traumatized, not speaking. Around 8 a.m., David said, "I'm going to check the bedroom." He moved the chair, opened the door, looked inside. "It's clear." I looked at the window. In the thin layer of dust on the outside of the glass, there were marks, not handprints, not anything I could identify. Just smeared patterns that might have been made by something pressing against the glass. We didn't talk about what happened. We made coffee. We sat outside in the morning sun because being inside the RV suddenly felt intolerable. Dale drove by around 10 a.m. "Mechanic's coming this afternoon," he said. "Should have you fixed up by tonight." "Good," I said. Dale looked at both of us, then at Scout. "Rough night?" "You could say that," David said. "They get worse the longer you stay," Dale said. "If I were you, I'd leave as soon as that RV's fixed." "What are they?" I asked. "What the fuck are they?" Dale was quiet for a long moment. "I don't know. I've got theories, but they don't matter. What matters is they're here, they're real, and they're not going away." "Why do you stay?" David asked. "Someone has to. And I'm old enough that it doesn't scare me like it used to. You get used to anything if you're here long enough." He drove away. The mechanic came at 3 p.m. He was young, probably early 20s, and he fixed my RV's engine in 15 minutes. "Loose connection," he said. "Simple fix." I paid him. David helped me move my stuff back to my RV. Scout was reluctant to go inside, but eventually followed me. "You leaving tonight?" David asked. "Right now," I said. "I'm going to stay one more nighting," he said. "I want to see if I can get photos, evidence, something." "David, don't. I'll be fine. I'm a light sleeper and I've got the gun. Whatever these things are, they can't get in unless you let them." I wanted to argue, but I was too tired and too desperate to leave. "Be safe," I said. "You too." I got in the RV, started the engine, it turned over perfectly, and drove out of Lone Rock Beach RV Park at 3:47 p.m. I didn't look back. I drove straight through to Phoenix, only stopping for gas. Got home around 10 p.m. Scout and I went inside, and I locked every door and window. I tried to sleep. Scout lay on the floor beside my bed, and for the first time in a week, he didn't growl. But I couldn't stop thinking about David. I should have tried harder to convince him to leave. I sent him a text the next morning, even though I knew he probably didn't have signal. "Please tell me you left." No response. I called the Lone Rock Beach office. Dale answered. "This is Amanda Cole. I stayed at Site 47 last week. I'm trying to reach another camper. David from Site 18. Is he still there?" Long pause. "David checked out early this morning." "Did he leave a forwarding number or?" "He didn't leave anything," Dale said. "Look, Miss Cole, I've got other guests to attend to." He hung up. I tried David's phone number that he'd given me. It went straight to voicemail. I left a message asking him to call me. He never did. A week later, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a USB drive. I plugged it into my laptop. There was one video file, dated the night after I left. I almost didn't watch it. I should have deleted it, but I clicked play. The video was from inside David's RV, shot on his phone propped up somewhere to capture the living area. Night vision mode, so everything was in that greenish tint. Timestamp: 2:23 a.m. David was sitting in the same chair where I'd sat holding his gun looking at the door. He looked tired but alert. Then he stood up and walked to the door. Not rushed, calm, like he'd made a decision. He unlocked the door and opened it. The night vision showed the darkness outside, but there was something there. Shapes. Multiple shapes. Darker than the darkness, just like he'd described. David stepped outside. One of the shapes moved closer to him. They stood there facing each other for several seconds. Then David turned back toward the camera. His face was visible in the night vision. He was smiling. Not a normal smile. Too wide. Too fixed. Wrong. He reached toward the phone and the video ended. That was 3 months ago. I've tried to find information about David. Searched his name online, called the number he gave me, disconnected. Even tried to file a missing persons report. They said he wasn't missing. He checked out of the campground voluntarily. I haven't heard anything. Scout is fine now. No more growling at shadows. He sleeps through the night. But sometimes around 2:30 a.m. I wake up and look at the window. And sometimes I think I see something outside. Darker than the darkness, watching. I tell myself it's nothing. That I'm safe here, in my apartment, miles away from Lake Powell. But last week, I found something that made me question that. I was cleaning out my RV, preparing to sell it. I can't keep it, I can't use it. Every time I look at it, I remember. Under the driver's seat, I found a piece of paper. Folded. I didn't remember putting anything there. I opened it. In handwriting that wasn't mine, it said, "We're just shadows, Amanda. We've always been here. But we're getting stronger. And soon, we won't need the darkness anymore." Below that, in different handwriting, David's handwriting, I recognized it from notes he'd written during dinner, was one sentence: "It's better if you don't fight." I burned the note. I sold the RV 2 days later. I'm looking for a new apartment, something downtown with lots of lights and people. But it doesn't matter. Because last night, Scout started growling again. He was looking at my bedroom closet. And when I opened it, just for a second, maybe 2 seconds, I saw something move in the back, where my winter clothes hang. Something darker than the darkness. I closed the door. I pushed my dresser in front of it, but I know it doesn't matter, because they followed me home.